wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at. Ooh, welcome back, traders. How we doing? It's Trade the Pool, and who's excited to have another day here in the market? Yesterday, getting a little bit of some pullback action. Will we get a bounce back today? We'll be taking a look in the market. Yesterday, it's definitely a little bit of a pullback coming in here. And now we get a little bit of some trend fighting, right, towards the upside. Right here, 7-11 is going to be definitely something to watch towards the market open. And ceasefire? No ceasefire? I honestly don't even know anymore. I don't think anybody knows. Even Trump, as of course, U.S. and Iran ceasefire with no expiration date extended after Tuesday's deadline came quickly. We'll talk a little bit more about it in the Sunrise Report. We'll get to some trade ideas, but just wanted to show you first some action there from the SPY. And you can see that we've been trying to fight above this 712, have a range between kind of the 704s to the 712. And I think we're stuck in between that right now. We need some news about the war to see if we're going to get above or under this. Sideways action, though, here at the top is not bad action. Like I always talk about, as long as we can go up quickly and then go sideways versus quick pullbacks, that is a good sign. That shows strength in this market. That shows that the bears can't get control again. So pullbacks looking like great opportunities. We'll be talking about some of these coming up right now on our playbook. Let's get to the action in our playbook action for the day. All right, let's take a look into it. First one up is going to be CAT. Let's take a look at Caterpillar. As of course, you guys can see it up there towards 817. This is one that I actually gave you guys 2 or 3 days ago. And it's continued its rally up on the upside. I actually got a position in this from 784. We're now towards 817. So big push on this. I have a swing trade, but I can see this being also a day trade. Right, it's all about, of course, oil continuing on its path down. And just to give you a bonus idea, right, I could see Deere catching up and starting to play into this. Right, we'll keep an eye out to see what happens on these names, to see if we can get Deere to push back. Of course, Caterpillar's earnings will be coming in on April 30th, about 8 days away from here now. So I'm trying to get a run into that earnings, and who knows where it could be. It's at an all-time high here, Caterpillar, and I'm riding the wave and continuing to hold off of that 800. We'll see what happens. Also, Pakar is another play to play off of this. And you guys can see how that's held well. Yesterday pulled back. Let's see if it drives right back through the 130 today. All right, let's go to another one on the playbook action. Let's go to Along in Bristol Meyers. Taking a look to see if this stock really wants to get going now. It's on the 9 EMA, and we talk about the 9 EMA all the time. Now you got an undercut rally yesterday. Now we're starting to pull right back to the upside. A move back above 61 is what I'm looking for in Bristol Meyers. This is a healthcare play, of course. It's a flag pattern accumulation with an undercut looking really good here. There's support right underneath it around the 59 to 58 area, and really goes down to the 57. But nice action if we can get back to this trend line, especially above towards 62. Thesis right now sitting there, now looking for that clean flag breakout and accumulation to really play in. All right, we'll see what happens on that one. Let's go to another play. Let's go to a play in food distribution. This is USFD. Of course, this is in your defensive space, but recently tried to make a little push right back up. It was up there towards 100. This is a food distribution dip buy play. You can see how it pushed above the trend line. And whenever I push above trend lines, I always look for the day that it pulls back to it for it to hold. So at this point, we have great levels to go off of, right? We want to see it hold pullbacks, not really break down the 90 again. That's really the kind of the danger zone. That's where the trade starts to get negated into this 90 zone. But anything above this 90 zone, coming back into this trend line today, will be a good look. 91s, 90s, 95, 90, 50, somewhere in between there. I don't mind taking a shot here on a USFD dip right out the gates. and then a push back towards the 94. Using the 9 EMA is a great way to catch some pullback opportunities. The theme today, of course, actionable pullbacks and continuation setups. We're letting the broader rotation work for us by buying the newly formed dips in some defensives, and while pressing into established momentum names like Caterpillar, but staying disciplined on your entries and defining your risk tightly against today's newly established support levels. So now that you've gotten some pullback, some names have given you a chance, an opportunity to come looking for some dip buys. We'll see how eager the bulls are today. All right, that's enough for our trading action. Let's take a peek into the SPY, and then we'll go to the sunrise report. As of course, it's time to take a look at what's moving in the market and why. You can see in the morning, we've been kind of just going sideways here. We'll see if we get some type of push back to the upside or another takedown opportunity back below the 700s. It's something to be looking at. And of course, like we've mentioned, stuck in a range right now. We'll see if we get out of this. Let's go taking a look into the sunrise report and see what's going on in the market today. All right, of course, after Tuesday's close, Trump did extend the U.S. and Iran ceasefire with no expiration date, saying the Iran government is seriously fractured and unable to submit a unified proposal. And the futures that had spent Tuesday's session in the red, flipping green overnight, and the blockade stays on. The straight remaining close here, the extension indefinite, and the market is treating the ambiguity as a better than expiration. Right. So now we need to see what's going on. Right. What will we get? Well, we did get Boeing, GE, Vernova, and United Airlines have all reported this morning. United nearly having its full year guidance. The war, direct costs arriving in a corporate outlook for the first time this season. These are the types of things that we're going to start paying attention to. Will we see some direct hits coming from the war? And here in the airlines, we already have one. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. The future snapshot, the Dow Jones Industrial Average, the DJIA, of course, gained 207 points, up 0.44%. The SPY was advancing about 0.55, pretty much break even, right? And whether you're looking at the Nasdaq, they're just slightly tweaked higher after, of course, the after action from yesterday and last night, right? A little dip in the after hours and then a quick recovery. WTI oil is at 90.66, up 1.1%. A muted response, of course, to the extension of the ceasefire. The market reading an open-ended ceasefire with blockade intact is not the same ceasefire moving towards a deal. Oil is stable, but not falling further. That's something just to be thinking about, right? The indefinite extension that Trump suspends the deadline. Late Tuesday, of course, we got this pushback after it seems like there's no unified proposal that can be met here from Iran. So now I think we need to be kind of keeping an eye out there, right? Trump did frame the extension as a patience, not a concession. The U.S. blockade of Iranian port continues and the Navy stays in position. Military readiness is maintained, and Pakistan Prime Minister and Field Marshal requested the extension to allow Iran's internal division to resolve. Iran's advisors to the parliament speaker called it a ploy to buy time for a surprise strike. The diplomatic channel is not closed, but it has no timeline. Separately, military planners from more than 30 countries are meeting in London today to advance operational plans for reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Once a sustainable ceasefire is in place, a planning signal that the U.S.-led coalition is preparing to the endgame logistics as the diplomacy idles, of course. Now, what do we got to be looking for? What's going to happen with this meeting, right? And how far will they push into the ceasefire, right? Because this is what's needed for the market to continue to kind of push to the upside. Any real kind of implications that we start to see some strikes again, that could be what swings the market back to the downside. Other than that, I think we're continuing on this numbing to the war conversation. And why? Because we haven't gotten a single thing in the last, let's say, 2 to 3 weeks. It's just been the ceasefire, back and forth, back and forth. Is the strait open or not open? I don't think anybody cares right now. What we do care about is what will be the resolution? That's the only thing that matters here. We'll see what happens in that. Let's go to Apple and talk a little bit about let's go to some stock action, right? Of course, Apple on Monday announced that Tim Cook would step down as CEO, becoming, of course, executive chairman, with John Ternus, Apple's senior vice president of hardware engineering, succeeding him. Ternus has been in Apple for 25 years and led hardware teams responsible for the iPhone, Mac, Apple Watch, AirPods, and most consequently, the Apple Silicon M series chip transition, which redefined, of course, the Mac's competitive position and established Apple as one of the world's most capable chip design companies. The succession, of course, signals that Apple's board itself believes that the next growth chapter lives on, and Cook's 15-year tenure was defined by supply chain mastery, service revenue expansion, and geopolitical navigation in China. Now, of course, he is an engineer, and the transition lands at a specific product moment. Apple is, of course, upgrading its cycle here that needs a step change catalyst to reaccelerate. Some investors are reading the CEO's change as Apple acknowledging its need for a product visionary rather than an operator for the decade ahead. And I agree with this. I think Apple needs to kind of reinvent themselves because the iPhone and the iPads and all this kind of just basic stuff that Apple has now that everybody else has, right? They don't necessarily have something that nobody else doesn't, right? The iPhone isn't that special anymore. My Samsung can compete with it, whether you want to believe that or not, right? It can compete with it. And I think at this point, they need to really kind of reinvent themselves, come out with a new product. Maybe it's something to do with large language models. We'll see what happens. Apple, a big watch here. All right, let's keep going. Let's go to some stocks, of course, pre-market movers with some earnings. Let's go to GEV's earnings and talk a little bit about that. You're seeing GEV up this morning, and this is one of my favorite stocks. I've talked about independent power producers, and I've talked about this stock since, 500 was the recent one that I talked about. Pullback that we had at 500 was back in 2025, but we were back at 500. This stock has doubled since then. GEV beat its first quarter revenue estimates, reporting $9.34 billion against FactSet's consensus of $9.25. GEV Vernova makes the gas turbines, the grid infrastructure, the wind equipment that AI data centers need to stay powered. Every hyperscaler adding GPU capacity is GEV's customers downstream. The Q1 beat confirms that, of course, that the AI-driven power infrastructure and demand is absorbing the geopolitical uncertainty that, of course, weighed on energy capex broadly. Of the two major AI infrastructure prints this week, of course, GE and GEV is one of the most that the market is rewarding. So now we'll see what happens there in GEV. Of course, you also got VST that we'll be kind of keeping an eye on, but GEV doing great this morning. We'll see for some continued upside there. All right, let's go to Boeing now and talk a little bit about Boeing here. Boeing is up 3.5%. Boeing reported its first quarterly loss of only 20 cents per share against an expected loss of 80 cents per share, with revenues at $22.22 billion, beating the $21.78 billion estimate. The narrowing loss, of course, is the clearest financial confirmation yet that Boeing's multi-year production recovery through the 737 MAX crisis. We'll see what happens as, of course, they've been hiring like crazy. It's actually one of the reasons why hiring has stayed up is Boeing's been hiring like no other. So I think this is one of those that you could see continued upside story. Even though I hate Boeing, it is continuing to hold up, and industrials overall doing well. VRT down more than 4% this morning after it beat first quarter estimates on both lines here, but still seeing some downside action. Of course, Vertiv makes a power and cooling infrastructure for AI data centers, making it one of the most direct AI capex plays available. The sell-off on a beat is a position unwind, not a fundamental deterioration here. The stock running into the earnings with high expectation, a high bar, and seeing a hit right back down. So we'll look to see if maybe this gets bought towards the open. Of course, a stock that has been a big AI player. Then there's some other names that we can talk about them, but we'll bring on the traders in just a second here to talk about some of these other ones. There's like Capital One that's down 3%, United up 1.5%, and then Coinbase up 4.5%. Who was the guy here telling you guys to watch that Coinbase for a nice little rip higher as I saw financial data starting to turn, and now Bitcoin ripping higher. Looking great there, guys. We'll talk a little bit more about that action. And Adobe up 3% after its board approved $25 billion in stock repurchase program in the after hours. Let's go ahead. Let's bring on the traders here. Let's talk a little bit more about the action. Let's go ahead. Let's bring on Michael Knauss. What's going on, man? How we doing?
Enjoy another Taco Tuesday.
Well, like, I don't know if I want any tacos right now. But
I was about to say, too soon? Too soon?
Maybe too soon. Maybe too soon. The stomach just like quenched at the thought of it. But
it's wild looking at the chart too, exactly when he bailed out. Like we were selling right into the close. The market closes. Then all of a sudden, there's a tweet. We'll do a ceasefire for as long as we need, and just rip right back up. It's like, come on, man. Like,
it's just I don't even understand it at this point, right? I mean, at this point, it's like, why did you even go there in the first place? Like, who convinced him, right?
Well, and for good or for bad, right? It's like he's just taking his cues from the market. He does, and same with the tariff thing, right? He does, hey, I've got this idea, and then the market tanks. He goes, okay, I'm not going to do that idea, and then just backs out entirely.
Let's just flip. Well, how can I flip this?
Because when you look at it, and especially, midterms coming up, things like that, you don't want to be sitting there with the market down, 20-30% from highs and everyone in the dumps about the economy. And then like, okay, who are we going to vote for? Is it going to be the people who got us into this mess or the other one? So again, it saw it all coming. Didn't expect it to be this kind of egregious of market go down. Now I taco, but so now it's like the default opinion now that all this gets resolved. So that puts us at an interesting amount of downside risk where, if the baked in thing is that, he will always taco and there's no more war or whatever, if that's the baked in opinion, then there's no longer a risk that when, like, I could see it be a sell the news things when he come in and goes, okay, we actually have an official peace deal and this is what's going to happen. That could be it because, we are cranking at all-time highs, huge move up. And this was just a little tiny ceasefire. So you always have to look at it and say, okay, what has the market priced in? If for the market to be this bullish, it has priced in the fact that nothing bad is going to happen at all with this war. So if it does, then your risk is now to the downside. So it's no longer, when you're down here, your risk is to the upside. Your risk is that, okay, there will be a taco, there will be a resolution, there will be something, and you have this huge pop up. And now that you're way up here, now it's the opposite risk. Boots hit the ground or something like that. The market's down, 5% overnight, and it continues lower. So that makes it a little bit harder. But, one of my favorite kind of quotes about the market is that we climb a wall of worry. So there's always something to worry about. There's always something to panic about. And the market just continues to grind up. Now that we had that little taco, if we go into like a 30-minute chart, we are kind of officially reaching like a range-bound territory. It's only 3 days, but we have this big action right here. We spent yesterday pretty much entirely inside that action, maybe broke down the lows just a little bit. And then the next day, or so far this day, we're inside that action as well. So right back inside this range. And to be honest, that's bullish to me. I would love to see just a kind of a back and forth here in the low 700s, right? Between 700 and 710 or 720, because we just broke out of this major high. So what we don't want to see is a complete failure of that zone. Because if we fail and we start to sell too much further down, then that was a breakout that failed. That can create a whole number of problems in and of itself. But a breakout and then we just chop around sideways for a bit, that's a nice kind of digestive action for what we're seeing for the market. That's more or less what I'm hoping is going to continue. Mag 7, we can see a lot of these places still have room to go, right? Mag 7 hasn't hit all-time highs yet. RSP still hasn't hit all-time highs yet. IWM is all-time highs, but there's just been a couple sections of the market that haven't quite got there. And the fact that RSP hasn't hit all-time highs means that your average stock hasn't gotten there. It's really been led a lot by, the more speculative names. Tech in general has really been leading the charge there. The fact that we're close but not quite there on the average stock, that to me says that there's kind of more sectors under the hood that can start to catch up and start to move higher. And if those things start hitting all-time highs, then we can really get off to the races. So I'm talking about financials here, nowhere near all-time highs, right? It's still got a little while to go. Healthcare, nowhere near all-time highs. These are two very important sectors for the market, because if you just look at the S&P 500 by weighting, it's mostly tech, but then it's financials and it's healthcare. And with those two things lagging, if they can start to catch up and they can start to move higher, then we have this kind of broad everything rally. Everything is ripping. Those are the environments that it's, kind of put on the gas. So hopefully what we see is some more back and forth action. We don't really get too far ahead of ourselves. We don't fail this breakout. We just kind of hang out here. Those other sectors maybe start to catch up. And then when those sectors catch up and start to break out to new highs, then it's off to the race after that. So mostly, again, all clear, but we've got this level right here, and it's basically 697.50. If we're above 697.50, I think we're buying dips. If we're below it now, then that's maybe when it's time to take a little bit of profits. Hopefully you've got a bunch from this move up here. That might be your area that you say, okay, time to ring the register a little bit, take a little bit of risk off the table, and just wait until the next kind of catalyst can get us up there.
All right, I can't blame you for that, and I think we're seeing that consolidation. Let's bring on, of course, Airplane Jane and see how she's seeing the market today. How we doing, Jane? Are you there?
There you
go.
I am good. Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay? I've been having some struggles with my audio, so just want to make sure it's good. I know you were just
over
talking
here on our side.
Awesome. I know you were just talking about RSP. I want to give you a heads up from April 1st here. Let's go ahead and put it on. And the bigger money level that I'm seeing, 203.46. So 203.46 for a big money level since the beginning of April for RSP. The fact that they've moved it is kind of tenuous to me. Also starting to see that the inverse indicators for SQQ and SRTY have also shifted, which are the inverse for the Qs and the Russell. So is it that they are getting ready for maybe no ceasefire today? There's a lot of mental manipulation, money manipulation. Also, when we look at CAR, I don't know if this is true, but when we look at the CAR chart, right, this is a daily chart. This sort of movement of a short squeeze is irrational. Short squeezes obviously mean that, hey, the market can be irrational longer than you can be solvent. So wait for that opportunity to fully jump in 100%, because you could easily lose the shirt off your back, your house. Happened to Joe Campbell with K-Bio, with Martin Scarelli, Netflix documentary on that. And supposedly there are 2 hedge funds that own 108% of CAR. How do they own over 108%? Well, they have sold their shares, so they've sold 8% more than they own. Those are the shorts. We have shorts constantly piling into this, and as a result, it just continues to squeeze higher and higher. So if they own roughly 100%, and we see that our short volumes just stay up here above 50%, this is shortvolume.com. You can see that we have it above the 50%. So until somebody sells, or how else could it drop if there's an offering? I know that Michael talked about this yesterday, But the only way is if an offering comes in and they dilute the shares, they increase the number of shares. That means, like when you're selling houses, when there's more houses available to be purchased, it is then a buyer's market and the price drops. Same thing will happen to the stock when they do an offering. They will inflate the total number, drop the value of each share to keep the market cap the same. So for those traders that are trading CAR today, please be careful, because at any point in time, if the company is smart with the billions of dollars that they owe, they would issue out more shares at this crazy price and drop the valuation to the number of shares. So it's likely going to squeeze higher until there is that announcement, and then it's going to drop like a rock. With gold and silver, starting to see sell signals for gold and silver. They've been buying DXY. They've been moving it to the upside. If you also look at, I'm going to really quickly pull it up over here on my other, on TradingView. Well, it's not working that quickly, but in any event, DXY, when we saw the high of DXY, we saw the low of the stocks for the S&P 500. Now we are at somewhat highs for the S&P 500, for the Qs, for a lot of items. And we're seeing that they have flipped their position to buy the dollar. Their money level is below us at 97.92. With that, it creates a scenario where if the dollar's purchasing power is higher, that means they can drop the prices of things. So that could happen as well to the stock market. That correlation was pretty positive when we saw the DXY drop. I don't know, Michael, if you have a great analysis or a correlation chart that you can pull up on that, but I'm seeing that as the dollar drops, the market went up. Now we're in this sort of different scenario that the dollar is moving up. So is that going to create the drop in the stock market? I am getting some yellow signals, so not full on bull, a little cautionary, setting some stops, not necessarily jumping in at the all-time highs.
What up? So, yeah, just the dollar thing quickly, because I've done some study on that. It is less about the absolute value or direction of the dollar that moves stocks. It's more about that the dollar is moving, right? So it's more of like the rate of change of the dollar. If the dollar is moving aggressively at all, generally bad for stocks. What they want, just like rates, right? The absolute value of rates doesn't really matter. The market just doesn't like when rates are aggressively ripping or aggressively tanking or anything like that, because with the dollar, and it makes sense if you think about it, right? If I'm Apple and I'm selling computers all over the world, it's going to be important to me to know what I'm going to have to charge the Canadian clients and charge the European clients. And so as long as I know the value of the dollar is this, and okay, so a MacBook that's $1,000 in the States should be $1,300 in Canada, and I don't know, $700 in the UK or whatever, that's fine. But I can't change those prices every day based off wild fluctuations in the dollar. So for me, I just want it chill. As long as it's chill, that's fine. And yeah, so when the dollar starts to fluctuate, that's why, during the meme stock craze and all of this stuff, a lot of it was associated with the dollar because it was moving dramatically. So if we chill here around, I think it's like 100 on the DXY, give or take, within like 5%, I think we're fine. But yeah, if things start either ripping or tanking, then that's problematic for stocks. It just gets harder to kind of plan your business, right?
Right. I'm going to tweet it out. I'm going to share it for Trade the Pool to share as well, of the inverse view that I'm seeing as well. So it's quite interesting that it's like you could peg it to the day and see the difference.
With the car talk now, I've got Claude like double confirming this. I thought it was 80% that they were holding, and not. Geez, doesn't even show a pre-market price. It's gone. Oh, there it is. But yeah, and that's what I have a video coming out on the channel talking about it. And that's the weird thing that has happened, is that it's not that the company itself is, low market cap or low float or anything like that, but it's like what happens if they pull the float off the market. And then the other interesting thing that, again, I've got perplexity looking up, these are just things that I've heard from talking to traders I know and respect, is that it's not so much that the float is bought up, it's that it's also locked up. So at least one of the hedge funds has entered a lockup agreement for the shares until September. So they couldn't sell it if they wanted to, which they probably very desperately want to. So maybe they'll do some, I don't know if the rules, if they're allowed to like hedge or something like that. But yeah, it is. Okay, so I have perplexity flipping it off here. So yeah, it's about 60%, I think. I'll have to take a look of. Yeah. Yeah, so people you're throwing around the 108%, they're mixing shares plus notional derivatives. So it's back to the notional derivatives arguments we always have with Michael Burry. But yeah, it's the fact that there is, so you think 26% of the float is short. These hedge funds own 50 to 60%, looking at what's going on here. So that means there's only 20% of this float that's actually free and existing to shareholders to trade. So, right, that being the case, then
daily we're seeing it over 50% short. So those shorts are being stubborn against those hedge funds. It's GameStop all over again, and they're just going to end up getting obliterated until there's an offer.
And it's a little bit different in this way because GameStop, the funds were short. And having to cover. This is the other way around, where these hedge funds own half of the company, and yeah, the one of them, it's saying, has a lockup until September, and they own 22% of the company, so they can't. And you better believe they're like talking to lawyers. How do we sell these shares right here? But they legally can't. So what you're getting every day is of kind of like a perpetual short squeeze that's going on. And I think, and this is the video I made this morning, I think a lot of it's because it keeps dropping. If you look at the opening, right, it drops off the open and then it rips, and then it drops off the open and then it rips. So you're getting these intraday over and over and over again short squeeze. And like you mentioned, Jane, the only way to relieve this is if people just stop shorting it. Just stop. Then eventually it just will stop going up because you won't have this perpetual squeeze. And eventually, if it stops going up, all the retail traders will get bored and they'll dump it and they'll go on to the next thing. Or an offering. And the company has actually, so one of these hedge funds, just for reference, has 35 million shares, and the other hedge fund has 12 million shares. And again, they have to disclose this, so it's all like on the books.
Where are you getting the data, and what are their names? I want to know the other ones that they're holding.
Yeah, it's so Penwater Capital is one of them, and where is the other one? SRS Capital. Okay. And these are, it pulled it from their Schedule 13As and 13Gs, right? They're official documents they have to file or they go to jail. And the with those, and again, so the 108 thing that's floating around, it's people who don't understand derivatives. So they're looking at the notional value of the derivatives, not the actual share count of the derivatives. But CAR has already filed for 5 million shares that they can sell in the market. So they can do that anytime they want. It's out there. They've already done the filing. Oh, there goes Mitch. They've already done the filing. It's out there. It's good to go. So well done on the restraint of not doing it, I guess. And hopefully, again, if they have a smart enough trading firm that they have, because they'll go out to a trading firm generally to sell these shares, they could already be doing it. Like every day they could be out there selling, the share count of CAR, how many million shares, traded like 4 million shares yesterday. So if they're really sneaky about this, they could kind of layer that out there. Now, every time they do sell shares because of the offering, they have to disclose it. But if they're really sneaky, they could do it in a couple days and then just disclose after. And maybe the market doesn't even react that much because it's like, it's done, right? They're already done selling. And so I'm to the point where I don't even know if these 5 million shares are going to dump on the market is going to make that big of a deal. Now, they would be dumb to not keep going, right? We have $28 million in debt and they have no cash on hand. This company is like borderline insolvent, and they could correct that right now. So I think you're right, Jane. What's going to happen one day is that they're going to be smart enough to go, okay, let's raise enough capital to become a debt-free company based off this absurdity. The stock price will probably crater down to like 200. But if you like the company for the long run, it's probably actually a good thing. Now you've got a debt-free company that is, they've got their long-term assets, which are their cars, right? They're making some amount of money, but now they have absolutely no debt against those cars. They own those assets outright. It could be one of those short-term pain for long-term. If you like the company, just wait for that news to come out and buy the dip when it happens then, because it's way harder to screw up a company that has absolutely no debt and has a business model that makes them some amount of money over time, as opposed to you could be a great company and swimming in debt. And we use the AMC example all the time, but that's exactly what happened to them. Is they had this ridiculous price move that made no sense for how crappy their company is, and they didn't do anything about it. So they just kind of sat there and said, well, whatever. It's like, you have to. You should pay off your debt right now. You're given, the market gods are bestowing this gift of money upon you. Like, take it.
Which of the two companies is in the lockup?
I think it's the 22%. I think it's Penwater. I can ask Perplexity here.
I also put the link in the chat for the Penwater from Whale Wisdom of both Penwater and SRS Capital, so people can also see their other holdings.
What's Penwater own? Because they're the big one. They're the ones that own 22%.
Right now, it just says that it's at 5.8% of their portfolio. Hear ya. So right now they have 7.82 million shares there. They added 3.46 million. Now, here's the thing, too. They could go in and they could start buying those derivatives and have that gamma squeeze, right? Like with GameStop, and just sort of create a market maker's mess for the options.
I don't know if they can. That would be something, and maybe I'll ask Perplexity this, because as soon as you get above a 10% ownership of the company, every move you make has to be disclosed going forward. So I don't know if they're allowed to do that without going to prison. So that would be something to check, because even if it's a synthetic exposure, like total return swaps and things like this,
right,
you have to disclose every move that the fund has kind of made after that. So that's interesting. So I don't know. But I think what's happening is that other people are doing that for them. Right. So other people are seeing that this float is locked up and that they can't sell. And as soon as you start to see these numbers, like 22% of the company owned, these are generally like activist investors. So they're not people out there who are trying to scalp to make a quick buck. They're trying to own enough of the company that they can install like their own board of directors. And if you guys haven't watched Succession, you should. It's good. But you only buy over 10% of a company when you want to get like your hands in there and you think that there's something, think of your like Bill Ackmans of the world and guys like this. Otherwise, you see a lot of people doing 9% ownerships of companies, and you get to a 9% ownership when you just don't want the regulatory nightmare behind it. I don't want to have to report every move I make. Like, let me own that 9% and stick there.
All right. So on that, I am posting I can't post it here. I'll find it again, though. There is an SEC Form 4 that they filed yesterday of the put options that they bought for $85 for Penwater Capital. So that's probably their hedge, is that they're saying, hey, we are buying this, and all they have to do is just start selling their shares. And then they have disclosed to the tune of $7 million that they bought 34,000 puts and 34,000 calls as well. So they are hedging themselves with derivatives, and it was just filed yesterday. So I'm going to see if I can get that off the SEC website. I'll send it to you.
Because that's where when asked Perplexity there, they said that's where the confusion's coming from. They're taking the notional value of the calls and they're saying that's share ownership, but it's not share ownership. It's like the same thing when they said Michael Burry's short like $20 billion of Palantir and he was short like $1 million. It's because, right, these people, and it's, part of it's, I think, confusion about derivatives.
You
part of it's
car fanatics. I'll take you
it's
guys off the
essential.
car, guys, and we'll get to what's actually driving the market here. As, of course, we get to the market open here, of course, everyone will be watching to see what happens with the ceasefire. Of course, the indefinite extension there running right now, and we'll see if we get any kind of action. We did get a couple of course, tankers that got attacked this morning. So look to see more conversation coming from the Strait. I saw one trader was memeing on Twitter and saying that I might as well just open my desk and just put myself on a boat out there in the Strait. I'll probably get better news that way. It seems like that's how we are in the world right now. We're in the age of information, yet we get nothing but disinformation. Just lies after lies. We'll see if we finally get some truth. The truth is the price action, right? Stock market wanting to go higher. And that's what we can just pay attention to for the time being. Earnings this morning, Boeing up 3.5%, GE up 4%. Those are AI beats, right? But there was one on the downside. So keep your eyes to see what happens there. And then United Airlines did slash the DPS guidance. Its first earnings out there that is showing us disaster from, of course, the war. There could be more coming. Let's see what happens at this open.
But like you said it yourself in the pre-market there. I don't think we care anymore. I just don't think the market. It's like, okay, we priced in everything. We priced in the bad oil. We priced in all this stuff.
It only will care, Michael, if it really gets some escalation. That's the only reason it's going to care now. It's more on the sideline till we get a resolution. Right? But the resolution could be a negative one. So I don't think that it's just completely out of picture that the market could come down here. But it would have to be something significant, right? It would have to mean that troops were going on the ground, that this war was going to be prolonged for months and months, years even, right? That would be the kind of the signal to the downside. But for the short term, yeah, there's no reason to think about that right now. We'll see what happens if we get some more news during the show. And maybe use some pullbacks, right? We've talked about it. I've talked about it when we first got that gap, and it's crazy to think that that was on what, April 8th, right? April 8th. We've made a rally from there about what, another 4.5%, 30 points on the SPY, and no pullback to the 9 EMA, not a single one. Every trader that was trying to wait for a pullback off of that hasn't even gotten in. So at this case, we have to just keep looking at the runaway trade. Bitcoin running away right now at the open, up there towards 1960s. I told you guys on Monday, this looked great for the dip buy at the 9 EMA. It's right back up there, already up 10% from that 9 EMA, up there and breaking the 1960s this morning, breaking the highs in the pre-market. Bitcoin going to the new levels.
I'm in the car.
Yeah, not only are they're behind here, they've been shorting into this rally, right? So if you bring up just the COT data, and we saw the same thing in 2025, zoom well in here, and we're focused on the red line on the bottom, they started shorting as we've been going up. They've been shorting more and more and more. Now 150,000 net contracts to the short side. And remember, these are the guys who are wrong. They were short all 2025. We got Citadel barely keeping up with my checking account returns. So yeah, any dip I think becomes very, very viable here. But in the long run, we got to chill, right? And that's what we're doing. We're inside yesterday's range. Nothing's really going on market wide. Got to zoom into your individual names to find the action.
All right, so I took a small trade and in and out in 30 seconds. For a nice $250 profit there.
Nice. That's
set a trailing stop. That's it. Just keep it tight.
Well, that's the main thing too. Is this is an amazing trading vehicle right here, right?
Did you just say this is a trading vehicle
for car? Yeah, like it's up and down, man. Hundreds of Something up and down
Come on, guys.
20% a day.
All right. I can see you guys are in love with car today, guys. Let's talk
I'm
about
back in with 5 shares
a
now.
lot of other stocks out there in the market moving right now
There
with the
is.
whole market going up. This is where I think people are watching car right now and missing trades. So let's focus on other high quality plays here versus car here.
COF.
What?
So if we look at COF is another one where the bigger money is in below at 192.83. That one looks like they dropped it to buy in off of earnings and ready to take it higher. I like it up above 205 personally. Get above, we've got some moving averages there, 207, but above 205, I would have confidence that this one's going to continue to move higher.
Well, but here's
All-out
exactly
rally
the point,
in the
right?
sectors here.
So COF has had a 1.5 point range on a $200 stock today, and it's had earnings. CAR has had a 100-point range today, right? So volatility wise, if you're going to the most volatile instruments, it's not going to be your Boeing, even though they had earnings. It's not going to be your
Michael,
even your
you sound
Tesla
like a penny
after
stock
earnings.
trader right now, dude. You sound like
You
a
just
penny stock trader, dude.
You
Yeah,
should
just
just
be
trade
as
what's
honest.
moving, right?
But
Dude,
guys,
Right? Doesn't it make sense to trade what's moving?
Now, here's the other thing, though. Tesla is going to be
Doesn't that make the
reporting.
most
maybe it's because I
sense?
don't feel good, but
Tonight.
I'm like so against just focusing on pure car today, guys. There's the whole market is moving
Miss
here.
car. Did you miss car? You get burned
That's-
by car. You got some skid
Right.
marks.
The SPY's inside the
you
last
guys
2
are
days
focused
range.
on a penny stock, essentially.
It's
A
not a
pump
penny
and
stock.
focus on
It's
the-
700. What are you talking about?
Well, and it's a $25 billion
This is the
market cap
manipulation
company
of
up
the market. This is that
700%, right?
hedge fund manipulation that is going to be talked about
Thank
just
you,
like
TAC.
GameStop.
Thank you, TAC. GEV selling on the rip there. Independent power producers up 5.6% here from the open, guys. 12.5% now for GEV. CEG going up 2.61%. VST going up towards the moon there. You guys
Yeah,
got a
these
nice little
tiny
breakout in utilities. Nice breakout
tiny
there in
little
basic
moves.
materials. Every industry up in basic materials. Every industry up in utilities. Every industry up in energy. Only 1 or 2 down in industrials. You're getting an all-out rally here in healthcare also. Everything up from the open here except the medical distribution. Healthcare plans ripping 1.4% out the gates here. So there's a lot of trades out there. That's the only thing that I would say, especially if you're a trader. Now, if you're just a day trader and you're just trying to make percentage and that's just what you're here for, then go trade car, right? But if you're here to actually trade actual trends and trades for the long term, I would definitely not be about car here.
Are you saying that this is not a trend? Are you looking me in
That's
the
not-
eyes as the CMT and say, if you're trading trends, avoid this chart? There is no
At
trend.
this point, there's no edge to
seen.
this chart here.
What are you
The
talking
blue
about?
ones are the
Edge to
There's
this
edge.
chart here.
There's big money
Well,
edge.
maybe not for your maybe not for your system, but for other people's system, absolutely.
Hey,
High
have a blast,
volatility
guys.
names are good, right?
Have a blast.
Like-
$7.99.30 is where I see the bigger money for those that care.
I think the chat is agreeing with me. At least that's the only thing I would say. But
No, but we've got
okay.
Tesla that's going to be reporting earnings
Some of
tonight,
them.
and we've got some other majors that can definitely affect the broader market. And the Qs, as much as we are advancing right now, also have to be super cautious because we're only about 9 cents away from it saying, "Hey, it's time to short the Qs," in my opinion, with the bigger money levels. So there's a lot.
Well, yeah, and we're 4 days
attention.
into this base in the Qs, right? We've done nothing here for 4 days. So, and I think that's overall bullish for the long run. The fact that we're at the same price we were exactly 4 days ago. But yeah, if we can hold here, I think that's a good thing. But yeah, the overall market, right? If you look at finance, hasn't gone anywhere in 3 or 4 days. Healthcare, we're at like 2 weeks almost of range. So yeah, these things need to get going for me to get super excited. So you're saying that they're building up positions for maybe a pullback here, Jane? Because that's kind of what I'm seeing too.
Yeah, and it could be a news cycle thing, right? It could be super quick with the news cycle. It could be Trump saying, "Hey, just kidding. That ceasefire is non-existent."
Taco to taco.
Yeah. Exactly.
Double tacos. Triple tacos. I didn't even look at Forex Factory. I don't even know what.
10:30 is the only announcement today, and that's oil numbers.
Yeah, we don't seem to care about oil anymore. Trump signals Iran talk could resume soon. Oh, Mitch got booted again. So, yeah, it could resume as early as Friday. So I guess that's Wednesday is off the table now. Now we're looking at Friday. Again, that's why I don't think the market cares anymore. Right? It's on to the next thing. And the market's got like the Zoomer TikTok like brain now, where if look at GE just pooping there. Holy smokes! What'd they do?
GE?
Yeah, GE's
down
just fallen.
down 1%, almost 2% there.
Yeah, so that's interesting there because the system was trying to short GE, but it mixed it, just fallen right from the open there.
Also asking about metals. So right now, seeing that the dollar is rising, I got out of my silver longs because I'm seeing that they're starting to sell the metals and sell the commodities. So right now, also oil is USO is up above the bigger money level of 124.46, but that could end up with them really changing the pricing today. 10:30 is always a volatile time for oil, so be cautious on that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I've only got this one trade that triggered, and that's long APH. Looks like I missed my GE short, unfortunately. I like this one, right? It's part of the opening range break system and just got like smoked yesterday, even though the market did pretty much nothing yesterday. So I like this as like a continuation play, but looks like I missed my fill there. Overall cues, just still inside the 5-minute opening range break, inside yesterday's range, inside the pre-market range. A lot of insides there. And I guess they're kicking the can down the road to the talks on Friday. According to Trump now is when they're having the chat on Friday. So that means there'll likely be not a lot of news out today or tomorrow. But yeah, so as soon as Friday. So it's Wednesday. So like tomorrow or the next day.
2 more days to position. 2 more days.
Because guy's got to get there, right? He hasn't left yet, I don't think. I don't think we've had Vance go to the place. So if they're going to have as soon as Friday, he's got to leave like now, right? I don't know how long does it take to get to Iran? Can't be fast.
Same day.
I guess you get direct. You'd obviously get direct flight. They wouldn't be routing you through stuff. Yeah, that's it. I see for news. He's talking to, I guess, the NYP, New York Post. Is that NYP? But he's chatting there now. But that's kind of like last 15 minutes or so in the way of news. So, yeah, inside day. Inside day so far. So we need something to kind of like kick us out. RSP holding up, I think, is a good thing. It's still inside yesterday's range along with everything else. But it's that average stock that I was talking about that's got to go, right? So someone mentioning Poet. Yeah, I know this one's been a big one. It's up again huge today. It's up right from $7 to 14, pretty much a straight line there. This one is one that kind of comes and goes. Like I mentioned, I remember trading this a couple times. But yeah, nice little breakout, right? It had a lot of resistance there, like $8-9. Now it's up to 12. 4 or 5 days in a row. Again, I don't know if I'd be looking to chase it up here, but that's the move we're seeing. Do we have a halt? No. Looked like we had a halt there on car. Looks like we avoid that just briefly. So question is, does it do the same thing that it's done the last couple days, right? Well, there goes Mitch again, man. The gremlins of the machine. That we, do we have the undercut and the rip? Oh. Back. I hear you.
USAR getting up there towards the moon, guys. Metals and minerals ripping. This is a stock that I gave you guys back at 17. Now is up there towards 25, almost 26. That's 45%, 46% for all you car chasers out there that are looking for the 100%. That's 50%, but hey, not a bad move there. USAR and metals and minerals going higher. So look at those types of plays if you're looking for plays. CCJ is another one that I look at. UAMY is another one I look at. Quad U is another one that I look at. So all these plays in play. We'll see what happens there. Look at Quad U's opening action there, straight to the upside in metals and minerals.
Swing there just triggered on AMAT.
Adding to UAMY, looking for the rip now.
That looks nice. Yeah, so this just popped up on a system for a potential, like, watch for a breakout. At like $400. This AMAT, just nice little tight base there to play off of. A GPU. Ooh, halted to the downside there. Yeah. Crazy move off the open. Halted back down there to the downside. So that's definitely a vol halt. So be careful, right? Careful on that guy. CCL, another trade just came through. Some long CCL and long APH. I definitely missed this G, didn't I? Yeah, I might need to be more aggressive on some of these orders. That one, take off that one. There we go. A lot of missed fills I've noticed on this.
Adding to CEG long.
SPY, Q, still range bound, RSP still. So for your opening range break traders, might be time to like lock in here because we're still inside that. So I've noticed anyway, I don't have the data for this, but maybe I should get it, is that we should, when we're doing an opening range break setup, it's like the longer that opening range takes to take place, then generally sometimes the more explosive the move when it breaks. So trying to get to highs here.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you.
So we're trying here. We're getting very close to that opening range high. And then right below that's pre-market highs. So
I think we're going to see that we're going to be ripping up until Friday based off of the, we're going to wait news. We're probably going to have a larger expansive today to the upside, but the 713 level is one that I would be cautious of.
Getting close to that breakout. There we go. Tax talking about like the Oklos and the SMRs. Yeah, nice range there in SMR. If it can get out of that base, I like that. Look at the increased volume there in that last little bit on that bounce on SMR. You mute it, Mitch.
Oh well.
Audio crazy. There you go. You're good. I was gonna say you've been quiet. What are you looking at?
I am just trading the metals and minerals. Utilities up 2%. I'm going with the sectors and industries. You guys know how I like to trade. It's all about sector rotation and the broadening out of the rally. That's what you should be looking for. And I think that's what, most traders are right now just too hungry, right? Versus looking into the market versus for trends overall. Sector rotation. That's what you should be watching for. That's what's going to continue gains into the year versus one stock, right? One stock's not going to do it for you for the year, guys. At this point,
you don't know that.
That's what I'm saying. Unless you got the 700% rally, then good for you, man. You're good. You're done for the year. Go take a summer vacation, dude. 700%.
That's 1% of traders, right? We all know that, right? So,
well, it's 1% of traders that will ever make money.
You know why I know, right? Too, because when you look on Twitter, are you seeing everybody celebrating their car wins? No, you see, it got real quiet there. It got real quiet there because there's a reason why. There's not many people winning in
because
car.
there's still many retail traders that are shorting.
Let's
That's
be
why
honest.
it's
Let's be
going up.
honest. 90% of people that are trading car right now are losing. So is this
Right
the
now,
stock
yeah.
to trade? That's what I'm
For
calling
when
it out
breaks,
there.
yeah.
I'm calling it out there because if 90% of traders are losing on the trade, does it make sense to trade it?
Yeah, absolutely. 90% of traders will lose money on every stock. But the most volatile stock in the market right now is definitely something to keep an eye on for sure. It's not something you want to just poo-poo, right? Because
I
when
just
it
think
breaks,
there's a lot better momentum breakouts out there that are more high quality. But
and
that's
if
my
momentum breakouts
Higher
are all you're
price,
interested in,
those
then yeah.
low traders. But you don't have to go big. That's it. You don't have to go big. When
Well, and
it's
that's the thing.
such
If you're
widespread
looking
for
for
Teslas or
long
anything.
term, or if you're looking for
Like-
swing trades to the long side, obviously don't look at car. But
yeah,
that's
my
not
thing.
not
right?
every
That's
trader
probably
has to
my
trade
thing
like
too,
that,
right?
right? Not the whole world doesn't have to trade long momentum on the swing side of things, right? That's
No,
not what
doesn't have
everyone's
to.
going. That's not what everyone should do, right?
No.
Everyone should trade their own different style, and some people are going to be interested in high volatile names for intraday trading, and some people are going to like to take short something that's up 1,000%, and when it cracks down and goes down 20-30%, have a great time. There is a lot of traders out there that like to short overextended names for cracking down, and they do very well doing it, right? We know, like our boys like Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
I know he's gotten poked a couple times with it, but I'm sure he's right back into it. The other thing too is one of the benefits of trade the pool that doesn't exist out there anywhere else is most places you can't short this, right? You just can't. There's no shares, but you can here. You know, it's a good thing to focus on, especially when you're with trade the pool, one of the only places that you could short a name like this. Derivatives, maybe if you want to. But yeah, I just looked over at my IB and they don't have anything. Can't even locate the shorts over at IB, and they're usually pretty good with it.
Yeah, that is definitely a benefit that we do have, and you can join the party, right?
The Qs. So both the Qs and the SPY, right? I was saying they look at it, just broke the opening range high right there and then just rejected. So now we're back in the middle of the range. The Qs at the low of the range. The SPY is holding up a little bit better there. So could be under the hood rotation when it comes to like things like XLF, XLV, that kind of thing. But yeah, tech got slapped.
Derangement syndrome.
Derangement system if you're losing money on it.
You guys are, it's okay. It's okay to join the party, man.
Yeah.
If you're in the party, you're in the party,
okay
dude.
to trade the most volatile stock in the market right now. Right? That's what people. That's why they're trading things like APGU. I know people are on.
Exactly.
Right? You want to go where things are moving. You don't want to just say, "Oh, because I don't like it, I don't want to trade it. I don't want to talk about it." Right?
It just gets to a point where there is no point. Like, what edge are we giving there?
We're watching for a breakdown, right? And it's almost right at the lows of the day. If it breaks, we get that news, thing crashes 20%, you'd be good to be watching it, right?
Yes.
EPLOW? ELPW? What's this guy? ELPW. Elong Power. Okay. You know, this is one of these Chinese micro cap dudes. With
UEC,
a high
another
of
one that I like today, guys. Swing trade alert. UEC.
Oh, so this is electronic power production. Yeah. Chinese electronic power production. So just be careful. Like anytime you see like a $2 Chinese company that went from 7 cents, what it was a couple days ago, you know it's going to be some craziness. Right? This isn't going to be a clean trader. We'll put it that way. So make sure you're careful with their halts, things like that. I know Crow's trading it here. Just beware of halts, beware of rug pulls, beware of Chinese microcaps. I think is a good, always Warning. A good thing to keep an eye on, right? especially shorting them, right? What was the QMMM and the TCGL? I know a couple guys that I've chatted with that's what they do. They short these overextended plays, and a lot of them just have a specific no China rule. The manipulation there is just too easy to do, so they will just strictly filter out anything that is of Chinese origin, and or even through Cayman. In that way, they just kind of like the co-host, my podcast does a lot of this, and yeah, he has the same kind of filter. He's like, I just don't want anything listed that way because sometimes you get these companies where one guy owns like 90% of the float, and then they just pump the crap out of it, and that guy just refuses to sell. And that's what there was that one that went like $1,000 recently. So yeah, just be careful, but a lot of volume, good trader.
Only thing in the red today, guys, communication services, industrial slightly red, real estate slightly red, everything else in the green here.
Yeah, so SPY is right at the opening print. So it went down, tested highs, then tested lows, and now we're right back where it was. Q is down. Qs are down from the opening. Mags are up from the opening price. So just a lot of, splits, right? XLF is right at its open. XRT is down. So it's like half them are up, half them are down. Trying to figure it out. Oil actually just kind of cracked negative there for a second. And we want to keep an eye on oil because oil will tell us what is potentially going on with chatter around the Middle East.
We might get a break of the trend line today on USO. Move back above 130s towards 135. You're going to have to put some pressure on the bull or the bears here that are getting short USO. So I'm expecting some type of drive here on USO above, let's say, 130s towards 134. It's a big reason why I sold CAT out the gates here today. I just feel like at some point we're going to get some spike in oil. CAT's already fading down a little bit, so I sold the CAT swing. Good swing there, about close to 4% on the gain there for an $800 stock. Not a bad one. I'll take it.
Yeah, so Trump, I guess, on Fox Business, extend ceasefire for 3 to 5 days.
I thought he was that was fake news, and now he likes Fox.
Well, he'll be quoted by anyone, right? It's everyone's watching him, but that's just what just came out. So it was, that could be bearish because it may have been indefinite. Is the way the wording kind of last night made it sound, is that we'll kind of stay paused as long as we can take. So 3 to 5 days might actually be a little worrisome to the market. So let's see what happens here. That just came out on Walter Bloomberg, which is usually only a few minutes late.
This should create some positive action. I would think so, because at least you have an end timeline. End timelines are better than no timeline. But at the end of the day, what I think it is that no one believes that timeline. Who would believe that timeline now? I don't think Trump believes that timeline. So how do we believe it? He just said it and he doesn't believe it. So it's just more.
The question is, why doesn't he believe it? Why is there a ceasefire? Are they out of money?
No, the truth is that Iran is just like completely conflicted, right? The person that actually is running Iran just had their fathers and brothers massacred. Do you think that they want to make a deal? No, they don't.
But they all want the prince. I'm married to an Iranian. They want the prince in office. They want them to be overtaken.
Yes,
like they want that.
Yeah, but now is that battle, right? That internal conflict of, do we bend and break to the U.S. or do we just go down in a fight? That's the real decision now that Iran has to make. Do they go down in a fight, or do they make a deal to survive?
Close your ears, Mitch. We're talking about the most popular stock in the market right now.
All right, I'll be back, guys.
Cars just broke down. Just the number one most mentioned one.
We're going to have to pull out the security like it's Jerry Springer here.
Yeah, so yeah, we're breaking down this, done this before, right? I just looked, yeah. So
We're breaking
it's
down.
hit.
Are you sure? Are you sure we are breaking down here?
Well, we went from being up 15% to about flat on the day, and we done that in like 2 minutes.
I just want to be sure that we're breaking down here.
It's well, we got to watch, right? So this is again the most talked about, the most looked at stock in the market right now. So can they actually do it this time? I'm looking for news. I don't see the offering.
No, nothing yet.
No one's gonna take their money. They didn't take it last time, right? When it was at 500. No one's gonna take their money.
Well, they have it's an open market offering, so they just have to sell the shares on the market.
They didn't do it last time, right?
Well, they filed this one. They filed for just a couple days ago. So yeah, again, good for them for having the restraint. Most companies would have just kind of at like 300 probably plowed that out. But all right, so now that we've broken down the opening range, put in a little bit of a bounce. Now we see if this bounce ends up holding. Just again, insane. We're talking 110 points from low to high today, and it is less than a half hour into the day. So if you're looking for range, holy smokes, here it is. And what else are people looking at? MAAS. Never even heard of that one. Oh yeah, careful. Just careful.
We do have
volume and
music
halts
playing.
on this one.
I was wondering if we had music playing. We do have music playing. Do you guys hear the music?
I do not hear the music. Maybe it's just on your computer.
You lost. I hear my music. I always got music going, but I don't.
You guys don't hear music on the stream, like.
No, it's just probably in your ears.
That's why. Yeah, Mitch is just losing it today. Right? He's that food poison still getting him.
Did you eat, Mitch?
It's
I
migrated
show you the
to your
screen
head
too. It's kind of funny, dude. It's like.
All right. On that note, maybe eat
post a picture
something,
there.
some electrolytes, Mitch, so you're feeling a little better. But I'll see you on
posted the
tomorrow. Have a
picture
great
so
one.
you could see it. Like it's playing in my ears. I'm losing it, man.
Well,
It's playing in my ears, dude.
Okay, sure it is. Let me look at this.
You see it? Like the little music, where the music tab is? You see how there's a little blue thing? It's just playing. I don't know.
I see.
Man.
So yeah,
Something's playing there.
You were too sick. Your brain just exploded.
Emux is crazy, says Ayush. I've heard you say it's loco, man. I don't understand it. Like it's just playing in my ears. I'll turn it off. There you go.
Okay, well at least you've got someone out there that's like reaffirming you that you're not just losing it. This MAS should open in a second, so just be careful there. And not much for the opening range break strategy today, and that's because the SPY is just right now broken its opening range like cleanly. It took a half hour to do it. So you opening range break traders, if you didn't get squeaked in there in the first one, if you didn't get stopped out, now you're loving life. Let's see if we can go. We got, again, 4 days. We've done nothing. We're at the same price we were 4 days ago. But let's see. That's a nice, clean little base that we got set up there. See if we can end up breaking through that and then finally going here. More off to the races, I guess.
Will car just go right back up? I thought could it break down?
Maybe. Well, that's why no one knows. That's what trading is, right? You wait for your moment. I'm gonna try to find some shares to pop into it.
Find some shares. Find them. Dig in the sofa. See you guys find them.
Someone's got to get them. So
I love the ATR at 81.
That's why it's been such a I know a couple day traders who have been having a great time with it, like scalpers, because when you have 100-point range every day, and the spread I'm looking at, it's only like 5 points.
I mean, the spread's wide, though. That's a hard scalp to make, man.
If you compare that to the ATR, right?
Yeah, if you compare it to the ATR, but let's say you get in there with 1,000 shares right here, or even 100 shares. That's a tough spread to deal with.
That's all like size of your account and all that. You could take 2 shares if you're got a smaller
Oh
account.
yeah,
or,
you kind of have to.
you know,
You kind of have to on a
and with a
name like
100-point
this, right?
range, if you're taking your 2 shares and you're
The
right,
key
you're gonna make
too is
$200.
where do you put the
you know?
stop, right? Where's your stop? So like, let's say you are scalping this, Michael. Where do you put a stop? You couldn't put a stop
Well,
out there. You'd get hit instantly.
Let's do 1 share and just let's say if today's the day, right? You're gonna short. I don't know. Let's short 1 share,
All
and then
right.
you stop at the high of the day. That's what $100
Okay.
risk.
Yeah, that's the only
Right?
way, but that's not a scalp.
Well, it depends how long you hold it for, right? So if you're okay with
I
a negative
guess.
risk reward, right, and
Yeah,
it
I
breaks
guess.
down,
Yeah, if you want the negative risk to reward, yeah. I mean,
which a lot of
that's-
scalpers do, because
I don't know
they're
how they do that.
really high win, just super high win rate, right? They just have the other side of the math down. They're right 70-80% of the time because they're just going for like a couple ticks here or there. And yeah, like Tuna says, I
tough.
did it with market, but you could do it with limit orders. You could trade. There's a lot of people out there who are scalpers that just look for the most volatile, widest spread thing, and they're just trying to get filled near the bid and filled near the offer. That's like what HFT systems do, right?
Oh,
Can
yeah.
we just take the
100%.
spread, lessen it a bit, and just get trade? Because they're getting paid to trade most often, right? They're getting rebates for adding liquidity to the market. So even if they're gross even, they're usually net very profitable because they're able just to get that those rebates. So at the end of the day, they can, negative commissions, which is a hilarious thing.
Dude, this music is driving me crazy.
Bitcoin is
Been an
continuing.
elevator
Nice trend
in my
here.
ears for an hour. I've been stuck in an elevator, dude, for an hour.
Oh, that's why you're so cranky, right? I'd be going crazy too if I was. The IBIT doesn't show it very well, but here, let me show you Bitcoin. So this is just a 5-minute chart here for Bitcoin. Big base there that we're breaking out of right now. That goes back to Wednesday, like overnight. This is the overnight session. And then nice little breakout there. So if it can stick that landing, it's good. I know a couple smart kind of momentum traders who have been kind of getting into trying to like leverage into Bitcoin, hoping that this breakout sticks. If it does, could pop back up into the 52. That's a pretty good risk reward kind of play for breakout nerds.
Oof. And like silence. We got
Oh,
it
there
to
you
stop,
go.
guys.
Congratulations.
There's silence in my ears.
What's a BVS? BVS.
Oh, man.
That one of ours. IWM just hit lows here. So we're getting a bit of a split where we're getting the mags doing okay. We're getting the Qs back into the range. So we are slightly down from the opening print, but we're basically right at the opening print of, what was the exact open here? 650.15. And we're right at 650.15 right now. So the Qs have gone nowhere today. And then same with the SPY. So it all happened via gap. Might be one of those in the afternoon we start really kicking up. Let's see, what's Walter talking about? Iran hesitates on next round of U.S. talk. Iran says it has yet to decide whether to join the next rounds of talk later this week. Just the same old. This is why I don't think the market cares anymore. Because, like, what are you going to do with this news? You got one guy
there
going,
has
yeah,
to be something. Actual news.
It's like it will be wake us up when there are boots on the ground or missiles start flying again, or we don't really care anymore. Seems to be like the way it's happening.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, MSTU. I know, right? I just don't want to talk about this. I don't want to, just like I didn't want to talk about MindMed the other day. I don't want to talk about this. It's going well. I don't want to talk about this, but I am, which is something I'll show you guys. I am creating a system of the things that, like, I took the owl right? That great trade from right there. The same, I showed you the HIMS, the undercutting support, and then just kind of ripping back through. I'm working now, and by me, I mean Claude is working right now with my back tester to try to kind of really hammer out the details and try to see how we can optimize this so it could be something that could be alerted. Because I really like the idea. It's simple. Simple systems are usually the best ones, right? You're just looking for an undercut of support that gets reversed that day. You're buying it there. You're putting a stop at the low. It's, again, very, very interesting. Very simple, I think, is the best way to kind of word it.
Yeah, the key is finding out how to get that turn right in the first one. But even the 9 EMA there can help you out for entries, right? If you can at least label the turn, maybe you can label the entry on the 9 EMA, right? Because even that first day of the Tuesday, it goes right back to the 9 EMA and gives you an opportunity if you were playing that turn on the trend line approach. That's another way to maybe thinking about it. Trend stocks in deep downturns, like deep downturns, right? When they break the trend line, a lot of the times you get some type of momentum back. A lot of times to the top end of the Bollinger Band. So that's how I see the owl chart. That is very similar to that MSTU chart, right? Where you're getting what? Trend line break, push, pull back to the 9 EMA, and then pushes to the top end of the Bollinger Band. So now as long as it can kind of stick on that top end of the Bollinger Band, you can be that kind of ride on that, right? If it can stay above the Bollinger Band and kind of hold, or maybe a 9 EMA or a 5 moving average, you just kind of ride the trade, right? And then ride the trend. It's a trend trade, essentially. Trend reversal trade, and then ride the momentum that's left in the stock. Maybe sell the
like
rip,
HIMS.
hold the position, right? Sell the rip, hold the position is where I think, especially you would like it, Michael, where you're not trying to hold it forever. You're just trying to get a good piece and then see if it just wants to run forever.
Yeah, the average. Let me see if I can find the here because
Because
I have
if
the
you can
back
hold
test
a
running.
small piece, you'd be surprised what you can make out there, guys. For real. Even the smallest
Grab
piece
this.
can be a nice little piece in a month or two. Next thing you know.
Well, yeah, like with HIMS was a perfect example, right? I bought it here. That was the undercut of support that rallied back through, and then got this gift, and then I just kind of popped out of it, which was great. But in hindsight, you have, I think I had a HIMZ actually, so I think you have 1,000 shares of this. Maybe you keep 100. Maybe you just you keep. Doesn't have to be a huge amount, but you keep a tiny bit. And you say, okay, I'm a HIMZ shareholder now for 100 shares. And if this thing goes to $100
I think you got to be looking for high quality business, or at least what you think is a high quality business has some type of business behind it, some type of real fundamentals, right? And then attacking maybe like extreme oversold positions, right? Like Owl is extreme as it gets, right? I mean, I don't know how that other trade was for you on MSTU on the RSI, but the RSI was pretty low on Owl. It was down to like 5. I think we got down to 5 on the reading. So like
this.
maybe it's something like that, right? You're just looking for those extreme RSI turnarounds.
Find in the.
It's hard to label them though. That's the key. Like I would even say BitX is a very similar trade like that, right? It's like that right now. You're getting quick reversal action, trendline break,
Okay.
top of the Bollinger Band.
So yeah, this is the back test here. Maybe I'll do an education segment tomorrow on it, but that's the back test over 25 or so years. And let me just grab an example from it. So here are the stats. It's still has room to go, obviously, but 15% year-over-year growth with a 10% max drawdown. It has 43% win rate, but when you're right, you make around 10%, and when you're wrong, you lose about 5. That's perfect, right? 2-to-1 risk reward with a slightly worse than 50-50 win rate. Over the long run, well, that's what happens. That's kind of the equity curve. Is that you're trying to like catch these lows. So then like here's just a random example of a trade that the system took the back
SC still
test.
looking good.
Right. So
Copper
this is what it's looking for, right? Just undercut and then huge reversal on kind of larger than normal volume. And so far I'm just testing, holding it for X period of time, right? A lot of things you got to refine with that, but just to show that the idea in its rawest form works, right? Over the long run, people would love to have an equity curve like this. You're smoking the pants off the market with this kind of one simple idea. So now it comes into kind of digging into the data, right? And really going in there and saying, okay, what can I do to really dive into the data to kind of get the most amount of alpha about that. So, Tax says he's going shopping with the wife. I hope he made some good money trading first, because those are usually really expensive trips. So,
Oh man, now my wife has a name for it. You ready for this one, Michael? Strap in, boys. Retail therapy.
Okay. I want some real therapy and
Retail therapy, boys. Is the reason why Amazon doesn't look at the delivery anymore. He just pulls up at my door and says, "Is there any boxes now?" He doesn't check if there's boxes first. He just comes to my door.
Jeez, yeah, that's real therapy would probably be way cheaper, save you a whole bunch of money in the long run.
I know the chat will love that one. The retail therapy, baby. I think some traders are getting retail therapy with car. Oh man, that car chart, that thing will make you feel crazy when you see a stock go down, 30, 40, 50, 60 points, and then it goes right back to you, right? So I think car is also a trading vehicle right now where if you are trading it, to me, it's not traded slow. To me, it's traded fast in this point until you get that first break. Then you can trade slow, the real break, right? I think, there's too many traders trying to chase the big breakdown versus maybe just playing the quick moves here. But it's just the way that I see it. I see a lot of traders trying to go for that bigger move and just getting caught within the move, right? Not maybe playing the quick move and just like pinging in and out, in and out, in and out. Probably the people pinging in and out, especially on the long side, probably doing the best on this trade.
That's what most of the traders I've been talking to have been doing, and they're essentially scalping around a core position. So they're always short, but then they're kind of trying to make money. So, they'll short on the way up and then they cover some and then right. So they're moving their average up and trying to make a few bucks out of it before this, the drop happens, because everyone I talked to, everyone was convinced. They're like, yeah, this drop's going to happen after hours one day. Things going to be down a ton. I did get some option advice. So you missed it yesterday, Mitch, but, so I bought puts on Friday at 500. So I'm like, man, this is really going to cost me. Somehow I was able to exit those puts for like a $5,000 gain. And even though the price increased, so I went and I chatted with my guy. I'm like, I know it was volatility, but explain it to me like I'm 3. And he's like, yeah, the volatility spiked on this. So even though you were short and directionally wrong,
pricing went up.
Yeah, the pricing of the options went up. So I took that money because I'm like, I if I don't fully understand what's going on, I shouldn't be in the trade. So then he set up another trade, and I have that trade on now for anyone who's interested. I am short which one? I am short the 750 call, and I'm long the $800 call. And the reason he said for this is basically you're hedging the volatility side of it, where you're no longer going to get this volatility because you're short one call and you're long another. So I get full profit if it closes in 20 days under $750 a share. So I'm actually making money so that if volatility collapses, because say it never breaks, and say this is just the new price for it and it just hangs around up here, you will still make money because you're getting the volatility collapse. I'll also get time decay collapse. But what I've given up for that is that if it opens up at like $200 tomorrow, I have capped my return. So I've capped my return in exchange for not having that volatility issue. As I'm looking, I'm up another 500 or so on the trade. So the short contract is I'm down on, but then the long contract I'm up on. And so yeah, it's a short or a credit call spread is basically how he had it. He's talking about calendar spreads and stuff, and I'm like, listen, go easy on me, man. give me something that makes a lot of sense, because I think we're nearing a top. And he goes, here's how you express it. So just we talk about it all the time. The reason we don't do a lot of options is just because you're adding a huge other layer of complexity to something that is already incredibly complex. So unless you have profitable systems with shares, don't make your life harder by throwing options into that as well.
I mean, there's just like, the bear like call spread, right? You can do a
that's
call
what I'm
spread.
in. Yeah, the bear call spread.
That's your best shot, right? At least here on a high flyer, right? That gives you limited downside risk, potential upside just from the IV, right? So
right. So that was
just ride it.
This guy I was talking to. He's like, I've got a couple of these on, and that's the theory. As long as it closes under $750 in 20 days from now, you'll make a couple K. And if it goes to the moon, you have your risk capped. He's like, the downside is that your profit's capped. So if it goes to zero tomorrow, you can only make a certain amount of money. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. That's called playing actual complex options. It's not complex. It's not really a crazy trade, but at least it's not just a naked call or a naked put, right?
Yeah.
I think there's too many traders that try to get into options, and that's the first place they go to, Michael, which it's just like, bro, like you might as well just go and buy 1,000 of the shares, right? Like you might as well just go trade the equity at that point, because now you're fighting the volatility and you're fighting the price. That's what most traders don't understand up here.
Right. So any pro options trader, you'll see on the bottom of their chart some sort of implied volatility thing, because they know if the volatility is high, I should be selling options. If the volatility is low, I should be buying options. And just kind of, and that was my problem, is like I wanted to short this thing, but I don't want to just short the shares outright, because the risk, like I wouldn't be surprised if this thing goes to like 2K. It makes no sense. It's dumb. But I want to have some exposure. So he's like, yeah, this is the way to do it. So far, up a little bit on it. I am grateful for the money that I made on being wrong on the position. And I have learned my lesson. So I'll take the 5K. Be happy about the 5K.
Tell the bears to go into hiding as we're going towards the 710s here, looking to push on the range. Can we break out of the range today, Michael? We will see what happens here. Trendline approach already broken now. So you have a trend line that you can draw from that Monday's action to this morning's action. And then now if it can just hold above 709 here, you're breaking above trend line on the hourly and pushing above there towards the 711s. So I'd keep an eye on the SPY to see if we can break above, what is that, Monday's high? That's Friday's high, which is 712.39. So that'd be like the next major level to break.
And that's yesterday at the pre-market at the same price. So far,
we hit that in the pre-market yesterday. I didn't see that.
Yeah, we got right up to like 7. Like it's pretty much a double top exactly. So awesome. A lot of
let's take a look to see if we get that. And where are we seeing the rally? Basic materials is leading a lot of this action. Utilities is pushing strong. Independent power producers, regulated electric doing well. Healthcare doing well today. Nice bounce back there. Continuing to watch the healthcare space. I think at some point we get a rally here. Question is when. Lilly is really on my radar. I know it's on your radar, Michael. At some point, I think you're with me. At some point, this stock has to start coming back. Earnings is coming fast. May 1st earnings for Lilly. It's hanging out on this 900. It's been here for so long. I think the XLV needs these major names to really get going. UNH has been a good trade. You seen that monster? We talked about it as soon as it turned. As soon as it turned, we said to hang on to that bad boy. I also talked to Alliance Health at 300. That one's doing really well. You got your Oscar?
Still got my Oscar. I'm up like
I was about to say,
60% on that.
at this point, if you don't have Oscar,
Yeah.
I'm gonna kill you, Michael.
No, and this
I'm
was
gonna
the
come to your house
same.
and get you if you don't have Oscar at this point.
So it was the same idea. So I've been just buying it every time it's like,
Yeah.
11, 12
You-
bucks, and I've been selling it when it goes. It's been a great
Sell
little
on the
trade,
rip.
but
Sell on the rip.
this is the same setup that we just talked about, the same one I'm testing. Now this is a weekly chart instead of a daily, but you can see a clean area of resistance that it broke down and then closed back above in the same week, and that's your spring. So this is, I'm testing this currently. This is like my new project that I want to add to the current things that I'm doing, because it just makes so much sense. Is, call it a bear trap or a liquidity grab or whatever the kids are calling it nowadays, who knows, but it just makes sense. There's anyone who shorted there is immediately wrong. They're wrong the next day. So that's going to create some potential buy pressure. Anybody who kind of puked out their position, like the chart I showed you guys yesterday, that most people, there was the most amount of outflows from the queues. Here it is. I'll grab this again in case someone missed it yesterday. There is the most amount of outflows from the queues over the last little bit. So everyone puked out the lows again, right? So this is from macrocharts.com, so check that out. But yeah, they sold more Qs, redeemed their money from that ETF more than they did in the tariff tantrum, more than they did with 2022. All of it, they just completely puked it out at the lows. So those people are probably the people who are looking to buy back in now. So this is the kind of thing. This is why I'm creating this particular strategy, is because I think there's huge benefit here to the day trading, the swing trading, all of that kind of stuff. So
What's going
Yeah,
on with this mass?
I don't know. I've had it up a couple times because people are trading at this things.
Yeah, Snowman alerting me in the chat there. I caught it, Snowman. Thank you for throwing it up there. I didn't know about this one, but I mean, I don't know what the hell this was yesterday. Or actually, it wasn't even yesterday. It was the day prior on Monday.
Yeah.
It went up to 2089. I have no idea what's going on with this stock, guys.
Well, let's
have to
take a
do my
look.
research. You know what I mean? I could tell you it did a split a little while back, but that was like a year ago. I have no idea what's up with MAASE.
Strategic acquisition of Hazui Future AI. That's probably the best way to do it.
Oh, they did an AI switch. They did a bird
They did
switch.
an AI. Yeah, they're an
did a
AI
bird?
now. That's what's going on.
They did bird's
Yeah.
the word, man. Speaking of bird, that's been a nice hangover short, just slowly tickling down. Will it wake up? Will the bird wake up? At some point, it might.
Like, nature's healing when you see these things kind of go back
Come back
down
to Earth.
Yeah, it's like,
This
okay,
is how
that's
the
good.
car trade should have happened.
And
We'll see if it happens today, man.
It will at some
hanging
point.
out
Look,
there.
I'm up on my one share short. How much am I up? I'm
There
up
you
$20
go.
on my
20
one
bucks.
share short so far.
Take the money and run, man. Take it and
No.
run.
No, I'm going for it. Let's get down to like $200 a share today. Just
Well, chat,
crack it.
we're getting near our education period time, and I have a couple things we can get into. I just want to give the chat an opportunity to pick. We can either talk a little bit about the blueprint of trading for Mark Minervini. Get into a lesson on
Legend.
that.
That guy.
We can do some overall psychedelics research that I've done. We can talk about AI optics. We could go into power producers. We can talk about a story, an interesting one. The trade from Jim Chanos and the Enron implosion. Ooh, if we want to get entertainment, like I have a story on that one.
Enron.
Talking Enron and talking about a trader that nailed the trade in Enron, right? So that's the cool part, right? How can we find the next Enron, right? There'll be another one out there, guaranteed.
Airbirds. Short birds.
So out there in the chat, let me know what you guys are interested in. Also, today, of course, is Tesla's earnings. Don't miss our earnings stream. did a lot of kind of interesting information for you guys that will be presented there. So go over to the earnings stream later today. You guys won't want to miss that. Tesla coming in tonight. What will we get from the Elon man himself? Will we get an update about Optimus? I think we might. So just keep your eyes on Tesla, or even today. It's pushing strong from the action right now, holding 392s with the Qs and the SPY kind of holding the way it is. Who knows? Maybe get a little run in Tesla prior to earnings. We're watching it tonight.
Well, and the I think SpaceX too, right? I think everyone's going to be, if I'm programming an algorithm right now for the Tesla
You
earnings.
guys want to talk some space stocks? Did we do the space data
It's
one?
sniffing. I don't think
Did
so.
we do the space data one? I have that one too, guys. If you guys want to do a little space talk.
That might be fitting, because that's what I really think people are hunting for here with the Tesla call. Like, if he mentions
orbital data center conversation.
Well, isn't that what SpaceX trying to do?
Yeah,
that's
literally what they are trying to do, and they have what's called vertical integration available to them, Michael. And I think that if you think about it, in the long run, Elon's doing this on like a real planned approach. He is aligning SpaceX with XAI for a reason. They're already together, and he's aligning it up to eventually align up to what? Starlink. And then if they all combine, right, there you have vertical integration for the data centers. Now you can have you can control it from top to bottom on these satellites. And next thing you know, the large language model is growing even more, because now everyone wants access to these satellites that are in space already, right? There's a reason why I think Amazon is pushing very hard on satellites, right? And I think Amazon's one of the best hyperscalers moving forward. Just want to mention that really quickly. But we can get into that. Were you guys excited to talk about that?
Yeah, I think that's cool, because, data center is the same problem we had with Bitcoin miners. You need cold and you need power. Well, and if you're in space, you have infinite solar power and you have infinite cold if you want it. So you're able to deal with both of the problems when it comes to compute, right? You're just able to go, okay, well, let's just create what's this one? Marsh. Yeah, so you're able to solve that problem of, okay, we're looking for a lot of cold. That's why Canada is supposed to be good at these things, right? It's like, come bring them up here. We got a lot of cold. We'll give you some. Let
me get this ready here. All right, Michael, you do a little market review, and then we'll jump into our, or you can jump into this question, and then we'll jump into that right now.
Cool. So don't you think the SEC and courts will prevent Tesla merging with SpaceX, claim its monopoly? Not this administration, I don't think. If it was if it was the last administration, it's a good point. But at the same time, you have Amazon, that is, like the largest retailer in the world, and they also hold a lot of data for the government, and their AWS kind of powers the back end. So now, I'm not saying that you're wrong. It's probably the way it should work. I don't think it will. I think they'll probably allow. It all depends how close Elon is to Trump at the time. If they're buddy, then I think it gets through just fine. If they're on the outs, then there might be a little bit of a problem. Again, it's not that you're wrong. It probably should be done. Just the question is will it be done? SPY grinding higher here. So after we got out of that range kind of solidly, you can see these are 5-minute candles now. Every candle's been slowly grinding the upside. We're getting to 710 and a bit. 712 is where we really get interested, because that's the high of this range that we've been in for the last 4 days. So if we can get through there, that's what we want to look at. So far, and as I talk, we're coming back down pretty good. So let's see here. That seems like a little bit of a momentum kind of spike as well. Let's see if there's something that's happening. Oh, new documentary claims to have found Satoshi. Good for them. Hope you can prove it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
There's been like 10 people who've claimed that they know who Satoshi is. But Scottie Pippen knows. He's talked to Satoshi a bunch, isn't he?
No,
that dude just went nuts.
He hung out with him, bro. Come on, man. Do you actually think Satoshi exists? Come on, guys, dude.
Oh, I think I forget the guy's name, but there was one guy that everyone thought he was, and he's dead now. And to me, that makes the most sense, right?
Yeah,
It's
that could make the most sense, right? At
because
this point, you would have to come out.
who else is not touching the $80 billion that's sitting there? There's $80 billion just in a wallet that the whole world can see and hasn't had one fraction of one Bitcoin moved out of it. You are insane or dead. Those are the only two ways that you're not touching 80 bill. Like,
Or the wallet's just lost in limbo. And no one knows the password. The guy had it and he lost the password.
if you
And
lost
he's-
80 billion, you're either insane or dead. Those are the only two ways I'm coping with losing $80 billion. Like, I'm just going nuts at that point. And,
Yeah, I think that's more reasonable to think that that's what's happened here. All right, guys, let's get into our education segment today. We're going to be talking a little bit about some orbital data. Before we get to the actual video, let's go to my screen really quickly here. There is, of course, a kind of infographic and more information that will be given with you guys on this. So where can you guys get this information? Of course, you guys want to be checking on just checking onto our Discord. I'll be putting up more information for you guys to learn more about this. Of course, we're talking some orbital data centers today. Oh, my screen share went down here. So that's why it's not up here. There it is. So guys, if you guys want more information, you want the actual full report, things like that, look forward to joining our Discord. That's where you get the added bonus action. Let's get to our video education segment today.
World's largest hyperscalers are collectively tracking toward $400 billion in annual capital expenditure for AI data centers. But the bottlenecks constraining this expansion are no longer financial. They are strictly physical. Connecting a new data center to the power grid in prime markets like Northern Virginia or Dublin now requires joining an electrical interconnection queue stretching 7 to 12 years. This creates a chronological disconnect. A hyperscaler needing compute capacity for a 2028 AI model must begin the permitting process today on land they may not even have secured. In the first quarter of 2026, the orbital data center crossed the threshold from speculation to operational reality, with 3 separate organizations running live AI workloads in low Earth orbit. Capital can no longer compress the timeline of physical grid limitations, forcing the infrastructure economy to look for capacity off-planet. The first constraint is the power density wall. Traditional server racks operate at 10 to 15 kilowatts. Next-generation AI clusters are already hitting 150 kilowatts, with designs reaching 1 megawatt per rack by 2028. No existing building standard or power delivery topology can economically serve a 1 megawatt rack without a radical, expensive redesign of the entire facility. The second constraint is the thermal wall. Cooling these high-density racks requires liquid cooling infrastructure that consumes millions of gallons of fresh water every year. In water-stressed regions, local governments are actively blocking data center construction to protect fresh water supplies for agriculture and residential use. Finally, there is the regulatory wall. The multi-year delays caused by zoning approvals, environmental impact studies, and community opposition. For a greenfield hyperscale campus, the timeline from site selection to an operational data center now averages 3 to 5 years. AI research moves from concept to production in 12 to 18 months. That cycle is structurally incompatible with a 5-year terrestrial build-out. Low Earth orbit allows operators to solve all 3 terrestrial walls simultaneously by leveraging raw physics. This comparison shows the orbital power advantage. Terrestrial solar is limited by the atmosphere and the day-night cycle. In orbit, a solar array captures 1,400 watts per square meter at a continuous 95 to 99. With the external environment sitting effectively at absolute zero, a standard radiator panel can reject 450 watts of waste heat per square meter without consuming a single drop of water. By 2030, these efficiencies are projected to achieve an amortized energy cost of roughly $0.002 per kilowatt hour, over 30 times cheaper than the world's most competitive terrestrial grids. Historically, space compute required radiation-hardened silicon designed to survive 15 years of cosmic ray bombardment. But those specialized chips are prohibitively expensive and typically operate at performance levels more than a decade behind current standards.
This
In
guy.
late 2025,
This guy.
StarCloud demonstrated a new
This
model
guy changing the
running
world.
production-grade AI workloads in orbit using standard commercial
Signing
off-the-shelf
boobs.
NVIDIA hardware. Their StarCloud 1 mission proved that a standard H100 GPU can survive launch and operate nominally in a vacuum using software-level error correction. This shift creates a new economic calculus. By accepting a 3-year hardware lifespan for cheap consumer chips instead of 15 years for rad-hardened silicon, operators unlock 25 times more AI compute per dollar. This disposable compute model relies on launch costs reaching the Starship-era target
Which
of $100 to
SpaceX is getting
$200 per
closer and
kilogram,
closer to,
making frequent
just to
hardware
mention.
refresh cycles economically viable. Low-cost access to space overrides the need for traditional space-grade engineering, allowing the latest AI accelerators to reach orbit as soon as they are manufactured. Training frontier AI models requires thousands of GPUs to work in sync, but isolated satellites cannot form a coherent cluster without a high-speed network. This market sizing table shows the surge in space-based laser communications, the layer that will provide that connectivity. The segment is projected to grow from $2.19 billion to over $45 billion by 2034, a 47% annual growth rate. These optical links transfer data through a vacuum at the speed of light, moving photons 40% faster than terrestrial glass fiber optic cables. This optical mesh networking provides the coherent distributed computing fabric required for large-scale AI training runs. For institutional investors, the orbital market can be mapped across this 3-tier taxonomy. Rocket Lab, ticker RKLB, is the Tier 1 provider. They control the launch
Reason why
vehicles,
you
the
might be
satellite
seeing
engineering,
Rocket Lab
and the optical
continue its
terminal manufacturing needed for orbital mesh networks. The primary driver for the sector is the U.S. government's $185 billion Golden Dome Missile Defense Initiative. The Space Force budget for 2027 includes $6.4 billion specifically for the sensor layer of this program, a constellation of satellites designed to track missile threats in real time. Mercury Systems, ticker MRCY, represents the second tier. They manufacture the embedded processing hardware that sits inside these satellites, handling the high-speed data classification required for missile defense. The Golden Dome Initiative transforms the orbital market from a commercial technology bet into a defense-oriented contract story, with multi-billion-dollar budget lines already in place. The third tier consists of terrestrial data center REITs like Equinix and Digital Realty. In the future, compute will bifurcate. Model training will move to orbit where energy is cheap, while the latency-critical inference delivered to your phone will stay on Earth. Equinix's global interconnection fabric will act as the physical bridge where those orbital downlinks terminate and reconnect with the terrestrial internet. The ultimate valuation benchmark for this entire economy is the February 2026 merger between SpaceX and xAI. This merger creates a vertically integrated stack, controlling the rockets, the Starlink constellation, and the Grok AI models that will run on a planned network of 1 million orbital compute nodes,
This is why I think
serving
he's
as a
going
global
public.
inference layer. The impending
'cause of SpaceX side.
$1.75 trillion SpaceX IPO in June 2026 will serve as the pricing anchor for the sector, compelling institutional allocators to establish positions in space infrastructure. Understanding the physics of orbital compute and the scale of the Golden Dome backlog reveals exactly why RKLB, MRCY, and Equinix are becoming essential components of the modern AI infrastructure
Well, there
portfolio.
you guys have it. There you guys have our video, at least for today. We can talk a little bit more about it, and we can go to maybe some slides if you guys want to talk a little bit further. But definitely, I think this is something that you look into because there's a lot of money to be made, right? And I think the things to be thinking about, right, is in the long run, right? Is it really feasible for these data centers to actually be built out here on Earth? Because in the long run, it might make sense for these to shift into space, right, and be held into this, right, because of certain things called the Stefan Boltzmann law. And you're getting scientific there, but the key is how does heat kind of radiate in space, right? How can you use the vacuum of space to try to maximize power, right? Because that's the key. The key is to try to maximize kind of that capacity, right? And what happens here, if it can become cheaper to do it in space than it can do it in the land. And that's what people are seeing now is possible because of using different hardware, right? Using the NVIDIA chips versus something like the Vera Rubin, right? That is a 10 to 15 year lifespan, using something that has a 3 to 5 year lifespan. That way you can make it on a satellite because you're going to have to upgrade these. You're going to have to send more and more 3 to 5 years down the line, right? So I think this is really interesting, and it's a investment path that I always like to think about early, right? This is definitely early, but you want to know about this stuff. You want to know the leaders in this space before it becomes mass known, right? Because it's the early adopters that win a lot of the times in technology and in these investments, right? So, hey, it's a really cool space, guys, to look into. What do you guys think in the chat? Are you guys interested in some orbital data centers moving forward? Yeah, I think it makes sense. And SpaceX is definitely the leader there.
Yeah, and I think it makes perfect sense where, again, the problems are power and heat. It's like that's always going to be a problem and a bottleneck here. And it's not so much going to be a problem up there. If you can dissipate as much heat as you want, and then you've got the giant fission reactor of the sun just shooting power at you all day. So, it start to throw more stuff up there. And I like how, right, the problem is, if you got to be able to get the information back, but like I mentioned, you can just do that with lasers. I think it's just super cool.
Yeah, that's the cool thing too. The laser part also, right? Michael, I love that you caught that, right? Because that's the solution here for the copper shortage, right? Because if we're having this whole copper shortage and this whole information on even fiber, because if you guys know, like, fiber cable is really good, but fiber cable is really good if you have short range distance. You can't throw a cable from space and be like, send the signal down that way. No, the real truth is that fiber isn't even fast enough for the computing that we need, right? And so the move is something that's more advanced in technology. This seems to be the move that I think is a long-term solution for these data centers. And is it a good thing or bad thing? I mean, that's a whole nother ballgame. I don't know if I want millions and millions of satellites above us. But the truth is, that's where we're going to. There's a reason why the rockets are being so focused on. There's a reason why there's so many rockets going up, right? So just continue to think about that, right? And then it starts to really play into what Elon's doing here. Do you think that he's not knowing that he created this vertical stack moving forward? No, that's exactly probably the intention since the very beginning of XAI.
Well, and one of the arguments too, right? I've heard people talk about his whole Mars thing. It doesn't have to orbit Earth, right? Like they could throw it up there and it could orbit somewhere else. And then if you're using lasers to send the information back and forth, you're talking like 10 minutes or so.
Right? The moon has been talked about, right? And not just orbital, but you can do it on the moon, right?
And with the solar generation, everything that can occur there, because you got one side that's it's interesting, right? You got the dark side and the light side of the moon and dealing with that. But
this is why also Elon is so not about Tesla. Like when we're talking now lasers, we're talking satellites, we're talking rockets, we're talking, the most advanced technology out there in the scientific world. Do you think Elon cares about EVs?
No, he's got that pass. It's one of those, you build it out, it's like, I guess, trading strategies, right? You want to build it out, you want to systematize it, then you want to hand it off to something else, and then you want to put your focus on something new and interesting. And it seems like that's what Elon does, is he goes and okay, now Tesla is kind of a self-running mechanism that makes cars, and it's now I can give that to another CEO, sure, I have no idea, fairly smart fellow who's running all of that, and I'm going to go focus on this other thing. And this smart guy is going to, now that he doesn't have to create it all, he just has to maintain it and do iterative updates, build a new cool car every now and then to get back in the spotlight, that kind of stuff. You just operate and you do your thing, and then you push push from there. So Tuna's talking about car is breaking down below 700, so now it's up 150 point range today. It's trying to break down. It bounced a little bit off that 700, but breakdown, and also the largest volume in a while. Big spike there on volume as well. And then the rest of the market, we're just chilling today. The market's just hanging out. But I love to see that. I mentioned that on kind of my little morning rant. Right, 4 or 5 days consolidating right up tight near highs. That's great. And there was news that came out when we talked about that, but just more of evidence that no one cares. Where what was the news? Iran has basically said they have no intention of going to a meeting on Friday. Yeah, Iran currently has no plans to negotiate with the U.S. On Friday, they said. So, and the market downticked just a little bit, and then just didn't care. So it just seems like
just didn't care, man.
This is our new norm. We don't, right? Oil is still down on the day. It popped up. You can see a little bit of a pop up it did on that news. But the market's just okay, we've priced all this in. We've moved on. We're now going to be worried about the next thing. And we can go from there, right? So keep an eye out for what that next thing is. It's generally every time you have a correction, it is a different story that gets you out of that correction and a different set of stocks that get you out of that correction. So I think that's where, if you're looking to spend a lot of time, that's a good place to do it, is look at what's moving first, what's holding on the strongest, and try to focus kind of in that area.
Man, I'm blown away by the advances that we keep getting in AI, man. It's been a fun time, to say the least. I know that the market's been focusing on a lot of this war conversation, but even new upgrades today, man, coming in Gemini. I don't know if you use Gemini often, Michael, but some new coding features, dashboard
cool.
buildings coming even in Gemini. Man, guys, there's so much out there, man. If you're not building, you're not having fun. Not just strategy build, right? There's a lot of things that you can be building just to help you out.
With the whole AI thing. And yes, I have like my Stats Edge business like 70% completely automated at this point. And I just constantly, as it gets smarter, it wakes up at a certain time every night and it runs the data and it sends the reports and all that. It's just crazy. But
Love it.
What's getting me though is how completely agnostic I am to these different AIs. Like right now I'm using Opus 4.7 because that's the smartest. But if Gemini leapfrogs that and becomes way better, all you do is you go to the old AI and you say, write me a massive document with absolutely everything you know about me, every chat we've ever had, everything that I've ever had you do. And it goes, okay. And it'll just write you this massive. Then you take that document and you dump it into the new AI and you go, learn about me. And you just continue. I've done it. I've gone from ChatGPT over to Claude.
That's the idea,
it's
man. It's like get a good basic on each one, right? Good paid basic, and then just keep flipping model to model. That's why I love the open source ones, Michael. That's why I'm thinking about moving more towards a version
local
of Nemo.
LLMs?
Yeah, that's the real move. That's the real move.
Let's
be honest, Michael.
You got a machine for that?
The idea is, hey, if we can figure out a way to, we got to monetize this, right, guys? We got to just create businesses off of it, and then once we create business off of it, then you can write off the computer, right?
Yeah, I've looked into it to get a machine that can competently run some of these models. You're talking like 2 to 3 GPUs and like 256 gigs of RAM. And I hope you have a room that you want to heat, because that's where you're going to put the computer, because she's going to be spinning it off.
Put it this way, the way that I'm thinking about this is like, man, I wish I was still in Colorado, because I'd just throw it in the basement and we'd have heat for the house.
Well, you'd have heated floors too. You'd be like, oh, look how warm our floors are all the time. It's the problem. So I've done that math, and I'm like, I'd rather give Claude $150 a month and just be.
No, right, but for the short run. For the short run, it makes sense, right? Until you have like dashboards that are completely running, right? And I think the thing
Oh,
is are you
eventually,
building apps and things like that? Then you would want to have a little bit more advanced. Um, but it's a fun
uh,
game to play, man, and I think it's definitely something that you guys got to keep working towards. Chat, who's building out there? Who's let us know. I know there's people building out there. Tuna's probably building. Tack, you building something? What's going on out there, traders? Who's
yeah,
building out there?
and
We're calling you guys out.
I think one of the great things to start with is
G7.
automate your day. Like, what do you do every day that you could have Claude wake up and do for you? The scheduled tasks on Claude were really super game changing for me. It just, there's like 4 things that I have to do for my business every night that probably only took like half hour, but I'd have to come back
Yeah.
into my office at like 7 o'clock at night. And, you have this little thing hanging over your head that you got to go and only take like a half hour to do. And then once Claude's scheduled task came out, I just check on my phone that it's good, send the email. Like, it's yeah, the at the end of every day, and this is something that I talk a lot about when I mentor systematic traders, is at the end of every day, you want to sit down, you want to think of all the things you did in your trading day and think of the things that you don't have to do or you didn't have to be a part of. And take all of those things and then ask the AI if it can help with them. But every day say, oh yeah, I had to journal my trades. Is there any way an AI can help with it, right? I had to do a morning scan for, I don't know, the gappers of the day or something. That's something easily an AI could, especially if you have a platform that can be operated from the command line, it can do that for you. Like, so, imagine a world where instead of you scanning through all these different stocks to figure out what's gapping up and down and why, by the time you sit at your desk, there's a nice little report written up for you already from like an assistant, right? And then just keep going and that's what I do as I spend just a minute or two at the end of every week. And I go, what can I systematize here? What can I just remove from my plate? And not to be lazy, but then I can go do other stuff. I can do cooler stuff. And I'll have you log on to my computer every day at 7 and do this one repetitive, boring thing that I have to do. And I will take that time thinking of this new strategy. Like I'm really working on this kind of undercut and rally on the daily chart strategy. And good, you do the boring stuff I don't want to do, and I'll do the fun stuff that I do want to do, which is observing, shooting the shit with Mitch about the market and going from there. I don't want to be the guy hitting the buttons. That's not, in my opinion, a path to like super wealth. I'll let something else hit the buttons. I'll do the ideas and think about things.
Yeah, I think it's important, guys. It's a fun way to also kind of develop your skills, right? There's so many ways to develop your skills. One of the ways to develop it is not to get stuck in the tedious stuff and keep learning, right? I think even for those traders out there that struggle, there's ways to be learning with AI right now. So keep learning, right? Pushing the levels of what you can do, pushing the realms of your education, guys. Just even simple as, let's say, you wanted to learn a new strategy today, right? You can ask it to teach you it, right? And it doesn't mean that you're going to go and use this strategy. There's nothing wrong with learning from the recipes of success that are already out there. Like I had to do a little bit of a deep dive on the anchored VWAP, and why is there no true journal, academic journaling on the VWAP, man? What's going on with that, Michael?
I think it's hard to compute. So when I have an anchored VWAP strategy that I run, it's one of my favorites. It's like 60% win rate. It's got a pretty decent risk reward. The question becomes where to anchor it, and then that becomes hard to compute and calculate, right? If you pick, a high period or a low period or something like that, that becomes way harder to kind of compute than just basic moving averages. It's why I think the academic world loves moving averages so much, because they're bone simple. It's like take the last whatever prices, divide it by that number, right? Take the last 10 prices, divide it by 10, there's your moving average. Becomes very simple to calculate that across a kind of a wide breadth. My AVWAP strategy was one of my hardest to create, but it's one of my favorites, so I'm glad I did it. And I'm not
Yeah,
publishing that.
I
So,
right. It's also based on where you anchor it, right? That's the hard part, determining that level
yeah.
and that kind of thing. And that's why, at least from the studies out there, there hasn't been one. And I started researching it a little bit further and realized that this was actually done as a scientific tool at first, and then, of course, made popular by Brandon Shannon. But
hmm
it was a scientific tool that was used in the past. It was
Yeah, and
interesting,
funny
you know,
enough,
and that's why you
you,
got to do
you
your research, right?
he talked to him about it, and he mentions this in his book as well. Just discovered it because like a really ancient trading platform that he used just had this little button with an anchor on it. He was like, "What the heck's this?" And he just clicked on it. And he clicked on the chart, and it drew a line. He's like, "Well, that's interesting," and then just started like observing it over time. And then now that's his entire thing that he does to end up making money on. Right? It's like the it just shows that experimentation and play. Like if you never click the button and click the thing, goes, oh, that's really interesting, and then build a bunch of trading strategies around it, wouldn't have wouldn't have been a thing, right? So play,
A physicist
figure out what
named
your niche is,
Levine.
right?
It was a physicist named Levine. So things like this, right? I think I didn't know that before, and I was trying to do some academic research on the anchored VWAP, right? Trying to play it into strategies. Well, one of the ways to do it is to try to see if there's an actual study on it already, right? And I love how Claude ended the conversation with, it's one of the more interesting, untested ideas in technical analysis.
Yeah.
So there you guys have it, right?
Well, and you
So
have, right, if you haven't read the book, you have Ken Griffin in Congress testifying about how they fill their orders. He says we use anchored VWAPs. We use VWAPs on a monthly basis, weekly basis. So he is on like testifying. This is how, because they were asking him all the questions with the payment for order flow. So here's how we fill it. So maybe there's a way to exploit that, right?
yeah, I think it's really interesting, and I think it's important, right? Lean in, lean in, lean in. Keep pushing, guys. Ways to use it, not ways to like. It's not the solution to everything, but it should make our tools more resourceful. It should make things that you felt maybe you didn't have access to, now you do, right? And let's say for like someone like myself that loves themes, right? Well, I'm continuing to work on the basket approach, right? And trying to create a dashboard that it will eventually be how I can just trade off of it too, right? So it's combination things, right, guys? So just keep developing, find your edge in the market, and try to develop it further with AI, right? Whether that means helping you find the stocks, whether that means trading it for you, or maybe just creating dashboards to give you a better UI of what you're looking at, right? I know a lot of people pay a lot of money just to get into services that they barely use. So we'll see what happens out there, guys. It's day's wrapping up here, guys. We'll wrap it up. I hope you guys had a great one here. We're gonna go ahead and shift it over now as the SPY just kind of trickling now. Bitcoin though going higher all day long. We'll see what happens. I think we're stuck between the range. Not getting up there to the 712s is a sign that we could be just kind of stuck within this range until we get some type of resolution or some type of actual news to come in here. Sideways, boring markets right now. It seems like we'll see what happens towards the afternoon. Is that it for you, Michael?
That's it. We're still range bound. Let's see in
Range
which way we
bound.
break and go from there. Wait for the break,
And did
then
the
have
car
fun.
crash today? We'll find out. Take care, traders.
Later, guys.
We are
There we go.
figuring things out here. Now I'm audible. Thank you, Josh, for letting me know in my ear there. Oh, you are live. Perfect. Awesome. So that's fun. Gave me the old run around there. How you doing?
Good, brother. Doing great. Got a great trade. We'll go over that in a little bit on ELPW. A few small caps running today. It was still a little lacklustrous again, but we got some decent movement still to talk about at lunch. How are you, my friend?
Absolutely. I'm doing great now that I am audible. What I was trying to say is that we essentially are seeing a little bit of shake and bake here on the turn of the hour here. I wanted to check and see if it's news because we've been kind of bumping our heads against this level a couple times in the past hour, looking like we wanted to break down. I think we just failed the breakdown and can start an attempted move up. So I want to keep watching. Looks like we got a downtrend line break. So real quick, I'm gonna check for some news. Oh, Trump tweeted. I see. So Trump saying Iran halted the execution of 8 women protesters after my request. Okay, that's amazing. If that's true, awesome. I'm happy. Anything that pumps the market, though, right? So we'll see if it's that or whether it was also there was also the 20-year bond auction here. So let me double check and see how that went. But yeah, between the two, we got something that's changed the character of the market just a little bit, and I want to keep watching this. I've been positioned long all day, not in SPY. I did take a morning trade on the futures stream with David that worked pretty well. Didn't get a huge amount out of it, but not too shabby. But I am long a few positions. FCX, that one is working well today. I'm still holding that one. I'm in UUU as well.
Hey, you.
UUUU. It's so hard to say, but I think that it's catching here today. And what I'd like to see is this daily candle just hold above the open. Putting in a bottom wick is fine like this, but a close anywhere above this open and really just over this 21 really key pivot. You can see that high volume there. I think this is setting up for a surge, real strong basing action on this one. So I'm in those swing trades as well as
You caught Quad U.
caught Quad U a couple days ago. I didn't quite get it off the 9 moving average here, but it was like 2050 or something.
Nice.
So feeling a little comfy in that. The other one, you might like this setup, CIFR. So this is going to be a Bitcoin mining play, data center Bitcoin play. I'm still seeing a lot of strength in this sector. And I like the chart, so I'm still in this one too.
Cypher. That's a good one. Yeah, I like it. What's up, Joe? What's up, Joe?
Fun name. Yeah, who we got in the comments here? Welcome on in.
Michelle, what's up? Is that Michelle?
Yeah, MSOS.
Nice.
So
nice.
we did get, I think I mentioned this on stream actually. So Trump did the psychedelics thing and I said, hey, we'll keep an eye out for the weed names now. He might do the same thing. Was that with you or it was with somebody?
Yes.
I said that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, did I play it? No. Is MSOS up 20%? Yes. Oh, just too many things. And it's Josh, how many times as a streamer do you just kind of say stuff casually and then it ends up playing out exactly like that? But you're like, I feel like Kramer. It's like I can't play all these.
AKAN is another one up today. AKAN Akanda is up today. Another one related to that same sector and area.
Okay. AKA.
AKAN. My bad. AKAN.
No. You said it right and I typed it wrong. Akanda. Oh yeah. I see.
Yeah. Yes.
Akanda forever.
Yes, right. AKAN. Akon, as I always call it. Akon.
Oh man.
Easy. There we go. Nice little pop up there.
That's a throwback. Did you get down with Akon at the school dances?
Oh yeah. Well, that was by the time Akon was I was into college, right? Because what year you were born?
Okay. Yeah, no. So I graduated high school in 2012.
Right. So I was 9 years before you in 2003.
Oh,
so
okay.
yeah, by the time I was in college. I was getting crunk.
Okay.
Yeah, I was getting crunk in high school. I think that was what was popular at the time. Lil Jon.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, that was middle school for me, but yeah, absolutely. Oh, that would have been fun during high school.
Yeah, right.
Good stuff. Oh man. So I'm distracting myself thinking about Akon now. There was a small capper. What was the big small cap mover today? What am I thinking of?
ELPW was one that moved up pretty nicely. Toro was another one that moved up pretty nicely today.
I was thinking of AGPU.
AGPU, that because it didn't do anything. AGPU was the one that, yes, it did kind of nothing in market. It's kind of lacklustery.
Yeah. So how do you read this kind of just boring, this very whelming stock action after such a crazy move?
Yeah, we see that a lot.
What does this tell you?
Well,
Okay,
a lot. Yeah, it seems like it's accumulating what could be a lot of the time shorts, possibly in the end. You know, where they're adding in, waiting for it to dump down. What do we see? These short squeezes in the afternoon. We kind of make that U shape, the cup and handle. It's not as pretty as today for AGPU, and the float, if I'm not mistaken, is a little bigger on AGPU. Yeah, it's right around 20 mil. So it's not going to have. I don't think going to have the firepower. So typically, these are the ones that I do stay away from. Even most times, I would say 7 to 8 times out of 10, if they've already died out like that, and a lot of the time there has been a time which I was going over to my traders in chat where I would have already shorted that in pre-market down to the nothingness, and I'm usually leaving those plays alone then for the rest of the day, you know, and then maybe they'll make that squeeze later on in the day. But yeah, the in-market action, I usually typically leave that alone. It's not like it's not been untradeable, but it does let me know that right now the way we're sitting there, because we haven't cracked back, you know, when we make that low at the opening bell, if we don't crack back through that, which we haven't, this could be one of those cases where we're accumulating shorts, and I'd be watching this to squeeze on up potentially in power hour here in the next couple of hours, or even give us the move tomorrow or Friday where this just hangs out, holds that, you know, that low area there for the day into tomorrow, and then we could see this squeeze even tomorrow or Friday.
Yeah, I could definitely see it. It's interesting here. It's kind of compelling seeing this kind of in the cash session, this lighter blue area. We have the low in the morning, the higher low here that's nice and curved. This is a classic Adam and Eve pattern, where this is the sharp Adam bottom, the big sharp one, and then this is the nice curvy Eve, rounded, nice even one here, you know, the higher low. We see it getting nicely into this golden pocket that we talk about often on here. Found respect under the 62 twice now, and trying to now break this downtrend and getting really tight over there as the moving averages catch up. So watch which direction this little consolidation, this little flag breaks. I'd be biased to upside, but yeah, just something to keep in mind here. This one has a lot of kinetic energy in my book because, I mean, it's trading right essentially in the middle of the range after a big move. It's cooled off all day. So interesting look there. CNQ's nice push out at the top here for QQQ. I love to see that, and oil pushing down a little bit there. So looks like we have another headline 2 minutes ago. Deadline set by Trump for the Iranians by this coming Sunday. So to me that reads, let's run this hot until Sunday or until Friday. And how are you feeling about that headline?
Yeah, I mean, even for, of course, I'm looking at a car right now, which is just absolutely still continues to take pounding right now.
we got to talk about that. I'll pull it up on the screen because that's definitely on the agenda.
Yeah, that is just nuts.
Wow.
Yeah, I just talked about this. I think we talked about this probably on Monday, or maybe even yesterday on no, that's right. We didn't do I thought for some reason I saw yesterday it was Monday. Where we stay, I don't think we crack back down quite yet. I think we kind of hit that, like we hit this kind of like, whoa, okay, we did bust through. We got the swell at 712.50. Talked about that in my morning alerts. I know where I think we found the bottom of the top, 712.50, 702.50, which was yesterday's low. We used last Friday's high, and I think we stay within that end of Friday. And then Friday could be the gangbuster day that we go up to like 715, 720s, and then we're like, oh gosh, or depends on what happens. We could get the opposite of that and inverse down. What do you feel? Do you feel down or up?
Oh, I think it's cracked. I think it's cracked now.
Not car. I was talking SPY.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. I was trying to follow your levels.
Yeah, no, yeah. You're like 712 and 7. I was talking SPY.
I wasn't going to put you on blast. I thought maybe you were looking like a day pass because, this thing moves so fast. You're like, yeah, maybe we'll get that explosion to 700. I was like, brother, we hit 850 this morning, but it moves so fast like that you'd be forgiven. Okay, so SPY, yeah, that makes more sense. What do I think we do here? Ooh, nice 5-minute push here on the SPY Reno. I think that we are consolidating. I think that on the daily, this thing is not done yet. We have broken new all-time highs. Historically, a year from now, when we smash from historically overbought to oversold, and we go straight to overbought, a year from then, it's only happened like 5 times or so, since that I'm aware of. A year from then, we're always significantly higher. So that's great news. There's also, on average, about a 10% pullback, 10 to 15, like a very sharp pullback, at some point after it makes that all-time highs to retest the previous highs down there. And that's usually what we see. So what we could see is another big push maybe to 720, 725, and then a sharp pullback on news, and then we start making new highs to eventually your 780 or so, And this is not accurate in terms of time, but just saying roughly these kind of levels are generally what I would like to see in terms of constructive price action here. In terms of it zooming in just a little bit more, this is still healthy to me. In my book, we smashed new all-time highs and now we're tightening up. So it's almost like a post-earnings gap up setup. So in my book, as long as we hold yesterday's lows, which was a filling in of this gap, we are still good to keep going higher. We hit 710. Let's check in at 715 and probably hit in 720 before we find sellers, or we're waiting on that time. I think it's like bulls have a deadline time-wise until the next kind of headline comes. And I think that there's going to have to be de-risking into Friday or, on Friday into the weekend, especially with this Trump headline. I also think that the market really wants to look through this. So if there's any way to, we're going to be seeing this lockout rally, this bidding continue. So that's where I'm at. And I want to keep not missing upside just because things are scary. That being said, I have hedges on and I'm 1 foot out the door in terms of like I've already taken profits on most things, because it's just been such an explosive move. And I kind of want to see that pullback so I can get back into full size, if that makes sense.
Like it. Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you as far as everything. I just was, I thought we were still on SPY before we went to car. Now we can go to car.
We can talk car. All right. Yeah, I got car on the mind here because it's a real wild one. I'm going to pull that up in just a sec here. All right. So on this guy here, I think we've cracked the top here. I think that likely this is all that she wrote, but we don't really know for sure until we lose this low from yesterday, I do believe. At the very least, we need to put in one definitively bearish daily candle. So far, this candle's made a new high, and it has not yet broken the low. That being said, it is down 30% off of the highs now from today. So that is clearly a change of character from this stock that just could not find, a sell ever. So that's what I would say. Where I want to see it crack is this 576, and then we can also consider this previous level of interest, this 550. I believe that's where the wick was, the all-time high wick. I think it was these two levels actually there. So really this lines up perfectly. Essentially, if we lose 560, I believe that we're probably going to flush pretty severely here. I was just looking at my chat there, and Jane, our great analyst there, actually said, I'll give you some free alpha here, 612 is her level for reclaim for car to squeeze. If it can reclaim 612, she says that the squeeze can be on to 800 or whatever, but that's the level it needs to reclaim.
No, I need 712.50 and 702.50. That's so funny. You're like, what? I can't imagine your brain for half a second when you're trying to wrap around. Yeah, I'll forgive him for a moment. I'm like, no, I was talking SPY.
So often I'm either completely off topic or there's too many numbers that we deal with on a regular basis. Anybody's forgiven for missing a few.
I'm a little upset. I was hoping. I said 875 is a lock. I know Jesse asked that yesterday, and I was so hoping to come in today when it was spiking up. I'm like, get to 875 so bad. So tomorrow on the live stream with him and Michael Noss, because I was saying I said 875 a lock. I said 875 a lock. I was like, I bet this play could get to 1K though. And today when it starts spiking and squeezing out the gate, I'm like, I was just smiling, like, yes. This is, and I really thought, I'm like, we're about to get it and move to 900. I didn't know what we'd get, but yeah. If you asked me, even when I said look for a short under 750, I think was one of my key short. I forgot what one of my key short areas was. I forgot somewhere in the 750. I forgot 770 maybe it was. And I look back now, do you think I would have said, oh, yeah, hold that down into the 500s? Oh, no, yeah, I never would have said that. Now, this reminds me of SMCI. NVA never had a day this big, but SMCI had days close to this big. But this reminds me 100% now, and I can go all the way back to Tesla in 2020 and to 2021. And I know 2020 it did this, where it had days that were literally like this. And you thought it was done, and it ended up going all the way up to like almost 2,500 before the price split. Hey, so I still say car's not fully done. I will never count it out until I see if it's back in like the 300s, then yeah.
Yeah, then it's dead.
Yeah.
So you're saying if it drops 60% more, then it's done?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Captain Hindsight.
I'll give it a shot because listen, man, I go to HKDs. Did you ever see HKD? Let's pull that chart up.
Oh my God, that's insane. Yeah, we can look at that.
You've seen that. So did you watch that live go to 2,500?
Oh no, I heard the recap at the end of the day each day, but
Yeah.
I this is too much for my
I
poor heart.
watched
Look at this
that
thing.
live right there, and I'm not kidding. You did walk it up to about 500 because I saw plays like, hey, over this they'll run in this amount of increments, and someone's like, how are you doing this, man? I've just seen plays in the past, but over 500, I have no idea what's going to happen. Yeah, to see that go all the way up to 250 or 2,500.
Oh, there it is.
It is absolutely crazy. That was back in August of 2022. It is, and that's not reverse split. That is true movement. I mean, wow, that
Guys,
was absolutely nuts.
Yeah, I can only see the price history if I look at a monthly chart, but this happened within a day, right?
No, it was
Give
about
or take.
it was about a 5-day stretch. It was about a 5-day stretch, somewhere right around.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, regardless, this thing
it
went.
just IPO'd, and it was about a 2 or 3 day old ticker, and then it just started going bananas over. It went from like, it was in the 15s to 20s. It made its way up to like the 30, 40 mark. I forgot where exactly the launch platform was. I would say, and guesstimate if I had to go back, it was probably around 50. And then it started doing the 50 to like 150. Next day it opened up and it was like 250, and it went from 250 to 500. And then that was when I'm like, okay, I have no idea. And then the next day it was kind of coming down to like the 300s. You're like, okay, that's done. Nope, it went all the way up to then like the 800s. And then the next day it went from like 800s to like, now it's all over the place, 600, 700, 800, 900, 1,000, 800, 600. Then shot like to like 1,500. You know, it was like, you were like, okay, it's done. That's about it. And then it would do this, holy moly, because the spread was like multiple, obviously. It was a huge spread, like $20, $30 spread, whatever it was. And it got bigger, the spread did, as it got more expensive. And so that, obviously, as you know, leads to a play if it doesn't take much. And then it can go from 1,000 to 1,500 in a blink of an eye, you know, at that point. So
Crazy. We did see 2,500 was the high there. Down from a 173 was where it IPO'd, I guess. Truly once in a lifetime price action.
Yeah, and so you see stuff like that, and you just kind of go, yeah, I've kind of seen it all. I'm never going to count anything out. So a car has to get to about, well, I think like you were saying, I like that mark, that mid 500 area. We'd always know, in my opinion, too, that 500, it seems like is a huge round number for those large cappers. If it cracks back through that area, I think I say he, whatever you want to call it, it's a goner, you know, and I say goner, but it's definitely to start. That's the top. That 847.70 is, that was it. That was its fun run. Now, not to say it can't go and do some bounce at 300 or 2, whatever, and go back up to 500 and then back down to 400, you know, and then still move. I think there'll still be movement on this. I think we were talking about that yesterday. It was on yesterday's stream with Jesse and Nos. We were talking about, you know, BlackBerry. I think because Jesse brought up the biopic or whatever it was that's on Netflix on the, you know, when BlackBerry.
Oh, I heard it's good. Yeah, is it good?
I haven't watched it either. I need to watch it. I heard about that years ago. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. I meant to watch it now. It's however many years old. And yeah, I know it's got to be good. But that was like the everything, right? Or Jordan's back. You had to have the new Jordans, or you had to have, you know, the new this. It's like in like the iPhones now. Everyone's got to have an iPhone or a Samsung, you know, yada, yada, yada. And so it's that hype play that I think still going to get some movement back up. I think we'll still have some green days, and my point being in some bounce. Like similar to GameStop is my point. Where you're like, oh, that's done. Like, nope. Oh boy, here we're going again. Another round, another spiking on car. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh man, I'm checking in on ONDS. I'm seeing across the board we have Q's make a new high a day. I think SPY wants to go for its high of day as well. I think the draw is up a few bucks at 712, 712.50. It doesn't have to get there today. It might take till tomorrow, but I do think that's where we're trying to head to. So keep an eye on that. ONDS though, Josh, I want your opinion on this because this one is having some trouble today, and I want you to look at this and tell me whether you think it's a failed move or whether it just needs to kind of take its time. And I know it's a little bit hard now.
No, yeah,
at least
seeing that big move and then back down. I would say you're still fine because what I tell a lot of traders is, you know, you think about, hey, look at the bottom of that channel overall is like where you have, where you're at, probably where I would say $788. Where's that little bottom block you have in at?
Let's see, way down here.
Yeah, what's that?
778.
Yeah, that area to where your blue block is at. Yeah, long as it holds that, you're okay. Well, that's the bottom of the channel. But now look at the higher low pattern we're on. So in my opinion, long as we hold the higher low pattern, which would mean the last low true good bottom dip was at 975. And so, right there, that was the last good dip reversal and pop from it. So long as we hold a higher low from that. So if it's 10,980, you hold the higher low, you're still good to continue, and it won't be fully filled. Does it look filled now? Sure, true. A lot of plays will look filled, still come down and continue to pop. I think that 1050 is the make or break. If we fill that, then I think we come right back down to the bottom of the channel. But I'd give it somewhere in that area for sure.
No, I love this. So I have a big weekly trigger on my trigger system at 1045. So right there. And essentially that's kind of the big pivot oscillator kind of thing, or that we've been kind of oscillating around this whole base here. So we got we call it the peekaboo, the look over this downtrend line here. It tested it, back tested a few times off the moving averages really cleanly, then found a big power up candle. So to me, it's in consolidation mode, and it could come down to that kind of 1050 area, maybe even a little lower to call it 1030 or so,
Right. We know that
in my mind over 10 and we're good because that's where these moving averages are at.
And we know how often we've talked about, we've seen comes back and we break a downtrend, but we come back and retest that downtrend and then make that move up off of it. So I love the retest of those downtrends, especially when you have that golden pocket to go with it. It's giving you that kind of double whammy of, yes, I should take this versus, okay, single whammy. I see one area, confluence, but there's multiple areas in here to take that trade. This is yelling at me to start to take the trade.
I'm okay. I'm glad I'm not completely crazy. So what I want to see today is this be the bottom wick, and essentially if we close, what I was saying yesterday is if we close over 11, we're good, and it closed at 1087, but then after hours it popped above that 11 really quick. So essentially, right around that area. So I'm thinking kind of the same thing now. If we close over 11, I think we're good. And if we look intraday here, this is now a 1 minute chart. It did this exact same thing yesterday where it popped and made a new high out of the gates. Sorry, I'm having to drag this all over the place. Big range. There we go. This is a fun day trader. So it showed an incentive to move higher, I believe, with this big push up into this equilibrium, as we can see. Double tapped it, made a little double top on the 1 minute, came back down, formed the low of the kind of opening range, hourly range at least, and that did sweep this low here. We actually, we needed to sweep this out too, and we're not out of the woods yet for sure, but it is, for now at least, flipping over these moving averages. If it can basically flip this previous low, it would be very similar to yesterday's price action where it did the same thing and then closed kind of at the volume pin, which should be up a little higher. Let's see if I do this, will the volume profile show? Where is it at? Maybe if I switch time frames. Because I want to show you guys that the most of the volume was traded above us, and so that should provide a pin that pulls us back up. And so these dips can be discounts as long as they hold the line. Because love isn't always on time, right, Josh?
Oh,
is that what it is?
Oh,
sorry. Wait, what just infected my brain?
Yeah, well, guess what? Now let's not get to singing so we get booted, but now that song's in my head, so I'll be singing it as soon as the stream's done. So I appreciate that.
Anytime, buddy. So for this one, I don't know. I think intraday it still is okay, and I'm just watching it as it breaks this downtrend line here. I think in a perfect world, comes up here, comes down, forms a higher low, then closes the day somewhere above 11 for sure, and ideally above the equilibrium of the day, which would be 1123. That's what I'm hoping for. We shall see.
Like it. Cool. Let's pull up one of my trades for the day. I want to show it off. ELPW. Pull her on.
ELPW.
Yeah, she
E-long. Ooh, that looks nice.
Yeah.
All right.
Got the dip buy at about 40 minutes after the opening bell, right at the 240 mark was a dip op for me. Got filled 242 is my average entry price. Right at about 40 minutes, or if it's 45 minutes after the opening bell.
Okay, so 45 minutes after the opening bell, 242. Oh, nice. This dip buy right here. I see.
No, keep going. That's the next round that I got filled. So I got filled on round 2.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I see. Okay. Yeah. 242. You're down here, and what is your target? Let's hold it right here. What's your target? Are you long or short? Long.
I'm long. I'm long. Okay. My first target's 260 area. My second target, which I got out 285, is my best exit on the day. So that ended up
beautiful.
So 285 was a target.
And your stop, I'm assuming, would have been a loss of that swing low. You were saying done enough's enough. That's it.
Yeah, I would have said 230. I would have given it maybe
230. Give it a little.
Maybe room. Yeah, I said 230, and so
I respect that. Okay, so perfect 3-to-1 risk reward here. I love that. Always good. And bada bing, bada boom. Oh, nice fill there. Nice fill there. And what I got to ask, what about this structure, this 1 minute structure, as it popped up into your 280, 285 kind of zone? What about this kind of action here made you say, hey, I'm taking this here? Was it just surging into that level, or was it like the top wicks here, or anything in particular?
No, just really at that point, the 265 area, 260 area is where I'm scaling out heavy. And then literally as I'm seeing it go up into the new highs, I'm just slowly scaling out. I had like 600 shares left, and I'm just scaling out every new high. I'm looking at I pull up the market depth, so I'm looking at the level 2, knowing that I'm going to hit that bid. And luckily it's a 1 cent spread. It was a nice 1 cent spread, so I can mark it out. Yeah, and so it's nice and tight, and so I'm just firing myself. I was telling my chat, I had it up. I had it on my live stream, watching them. So they got to watch me fire the missiles away, as it was hitting those highs. And so you just, but yeah, I mean, it's just every new high it was making, every few cents, I was just kind of scaling out. And that was the main goal. Like, okay, be out most there. Then I held like 300 shares of the allotment after I was holding 600 of that and scaling out, sitting in that area. I'm like, okay, cool. And you're out most now. Hold the 300. Crack of 275 was kind of a make or break for me. And so that's as soon as that cracked 275, I got out 150 of the 300. And then when it popped back up into that 280 mark one last time, I got out 150 of the 300 and said, hey, if it cracks the VWAP, I'm going to get out the other. And so it was either make or break for the 150, scale it out as it went up to new highs, or crack the VWAP. I'm just going to get out of it.
Love it. Love it. Nice trading there. And now doing a whole lot of nothing since then. You could have said, hey, long's over. Maybe it's going to do the drift down, but this is like low probability. It could just wishy-washy do whatever here,
Yeah.
I like this, knowing where your level is and knowing that you're not expecting it to go through the new highs. That's a very misinformed kind of way to read this, I would think, because it's already kind of expended all of that move. So if you're playing this dip buy, you're looking for the equal, or just the push over the kind of equilibrium of this new range.
And the one thing I always try to do essentially is say, if my bounce play is going to be at 240 and the 310 is high of day, so I just do math and say that's 70 cents, right? Well, if I could get 35, I get 50% of that. So if I can't get the full 100%, but if I could just get 35 cents out of it, then I know I've done really good in my trade. That's how I kind of tell my brain out of the gate early on when I want to expect these huge returns. I'm like, okay, well, you're not probably going to get back up to high of day. If you did, you're getting a great trade. Expect half of what that return would be. So if the return would be 70 cents, think it's 30, not at 35 cents. It has to be, it wasn't really target wise on my chart, but I just know, like, hey, if I get 35 cents out of it, which overall I got right at 40 cents, I went from 242 to 287. That's right over, that's right at exactly what I was looking to get. So that's perfect. So in my brain, which I was in the last stream, like, I killed that trade. That was awesome. Yeah. Exactly what I looked for. So,
I think as the kids say, you ate and left no crumbs.
Yeah,
it's a really clean one.
Yeah.
So what I just wanted to show on this is I just, while you were talking, I was doodling on my desk here. I threw up 2 fibs in either direction and on the same range. And I just wanted to show you, this is how market makers will efficiently sweep the range of a stock. So the range is put in, right? This low to this high. That was the big impulse move. Now, in the process of digesting this move, market makers want to transfer the maximum amount of shares they can possible. They make money on each share transaction, right? So how do they do that? Well, they want to negotiate this range as fully as efficiently as possible. Just like when you're doing painting a wall with a paint roller, Josh, if you go too fast, you leave like holes,
right,
like bubbles.
Yeah.
Then you got to go slow and go back and roll back up and go back and go. Think of that to fill in that hole. That's consolidation. That's what consolidation really kind of is, So this is the expansion, getting too crazy, doing some crazy work with the whoosh, big old paint splatters everywhere,
Right.
It's getting too crazy. It needs to come back and re-roll that thing down to the 50%. But how to get really efficient is imagine that if it's really an explosive move, it's not going to be super uniform and just go ding right to the penny to the midpoint and then instantly, do whatever it's going to do, keep going higher. It's probably going to take more time. And think about it like this. It's just going to go boom, 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 and then make a new move, right? So the whole digestion of this first big move is the big move up and down and up and down and up and down and down and down and down, you know, until it like fades that momentum. Then that move's been digested, and if overall this is bullish, then the buyers will win overall and start to drive the price higher and higher.
Yeah, I'll do this real quickly. I don't want to do it because I know you're the man. You're so quick at it. You charge so quick. I literally, when I'm in a trade, I'm looking at their market depth and scaling out, and I'm looking at the price action on TOS. So I want to share my screen now. So
of course.
I want to share this so you can see what I'm looking at here, guys. And you can think of it this way. So we'll do my screen. Am I sharing it? Then however, let's see here.
Are you? Let's see.
Let's go here. Now, where's Josh?
Hit the transition.
Boom.
Well, let's see.
There we go. I got it.
Beautiful.
Got it. So think of it this way. So you can see my entry prices right down here, the green, and how I'm slowly scaling out here. I'm just taking pieces all along the way. So getting all of the pie that I want. But think of my analogy is, and we'll go to a 1 minute time frame to really digest this a little bit more so you can see this. Think of this move up as a person standing up and they're slowly raising a basketball, right? And then they slam it down. So there's someone's, and then boom, they throw the basketball down. So that's you right here. There's the green candle, all this green up. And then they slam the ball down real hard. And then the ball goes flying up into the air. Yeah. I want to come back down and get that very first bounce play. So we know if we go wham, it's going to go flying up in the air. Well, when I throw the ball down, they show me the floor. This is all the traders showing me where the floor is at, right? So now I know when that ball comes back down, this is where I can get some of that pie and get the dribble out, right? And so, yes, there will be times where the dribble out actually will come down, bounce here, regains, and it's a mobby shifty day, and the volume is even heavier that day, which we lost volume this day. There'll be days where we come back at lunch, bounce here again, and go whoop, and go flying to new high of day. And it's the third dip around that actually works out. Yes, usually that first slam down, slam-a-rooney is the best. But the second one's really good. The third one sometimes can be good, if not great as well. So just think of that analogy. You know, I'm of course, Mr. Sports. So think of that as you throwing the ball down, and that's the floor, and it goes flying back up above you. So when it comes back down, now you know where that ball is going to bounce at again.
Josh, I think that's literally the perfect analogy here, because it illustrates the point of efficient sweeping of a range, because that's what a ball does, and that's the market maker in that case is just gravity, and it's just because that is just the path of least resistance, and that's what we're always looking for. What's the path of least resistance? What is the way to transfer shares to the most amount of hands? And so that's why just the only reason why I did all this doodling with these fibs is to show you it goes in the transference of this range, it goes from yellow to yellow. So it's going to go and tag into this golden pocket range after going here, and this is your kind of bounce, the floor that you were talking about right there. And just like a ball, logically, we all know, all right, the ball, it goes really high, it comes back and bounces. We know that it is not going to exceed the height of the first bounce because it is still processing the kinetic energy of that first throw and jump up, right? So almost always, what will it do? It'll come back down and it'll bounce about halfway as high as the first.
Yeah.
And if we pull that fib there, you can see.
Yeah, we'll do another one after this. I thought you were going to be. I know this is perfect. I just want traders to see this. This is perfect stuff. This is what we're seeing every day, though. This is the stuff that I'm attacking. Like I was saying the other day on the lunch recap, if you want something simple, this is the trade to do it. F-cells is a good example of the same sort of thing where we spike up on the morning, and then we come down and we bounce. So go back to the opening bell. We see the spike up. That's the human.
Goodness, this thing really went.
Yeah, right. And so we see the spike up today, and let's go. What was that? Let's see here. Yep, throw the ball down from there, and now you know where to come in for bounces, which usually came in.
I see.
1075. So you go up, slam the ball down, comes down and bounces at 1075 area, whatever, 1080, and then where do we keep holding that over and over and over. Now, unfortunately, kept touching the top of the, and it actually does what you'd want it to do if you took the first or second bounce and goes and rips and goes for more. But this is a prime example of, again, you create that first bounce, create the floor, and then that's another example out of that when we were looking at it.
Well, this is a really great counterexample, right, to show next to the other one, because here we have that first initial range expansion, and then we see that it never wants to go on sale.
Right.
It never wants to go under the 50%. So that, I think, is a good sign. You can Josh, this might be something that you might consider working into your, just something to keep an eye on when you take these bounce plays off your zone and you're noticing you're taking those. above the 50%, like
Yeah.
your spot where the support's coming in is above this 50%, maybe you might be a little more inclined to hold runners for this potential follow through play. Because I think what you're seeing there is when it's not going on sale, they're saying, hey, we know where this is going and it's higher than this. So if we have high confidence that this is going higher, then we're not going to wait for it to come back down here because it simply won't. You know, I think that's what you see sometimes.
And what's beautiful there is how the top resistance, supply zone then becomes now the new demand. If you extend that box out to the right, which is just gorgeous, boom, you're just seeing that, demand come right on in now at that main area. Yeah, and so that's just what I'm looking for over and over and over. Trade the tops and the bottoms of those channels. Yeah, because this is kind of one of those, like, you went to throw the ball down, but you didn't slam it down, you just dropped it. And so the floor, it didn't have as much momentum down, and so that's why, like you were saying, we didn't get down to that golden pocket because we didn't really throw it down hard. We kind of just dropped the ball, and and it's so like, oh, we found the floor earlier, and so now, like, yeah, you're saying it really builds that nice type, ascending triangle almost in the end there for that pop and squeeze that we just had about an hour or two ago.
And speaking of popping and squeezing, this one's starting to act right here. So we'll see if it does the same kind of stair step in action here, where it turns this new high into, which was resistance, flip it to support. We'll see.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Let's see. We are starting to see a little bit of action in one of my names that I was in a swing from this morning. It was working, came back to about break even. Now I'm starting to be green again on it. So hoping this UUU can show continuation. Josh, and I know it's like, oh, daily charts. Like, that's not as exciting, but when you see this consolidation pattern, how do you feel about it? Because it is expanding, right? It's not like really like a pennant that's getting really tight. So how do you feel about something like this?
Oh boy, my friend. I'm gonna look at this on my own charts over here. I'm gonna kind of zoom out and kind of look.
You got to feel comfortable, right? And this is like a Rorschach test. There's no right answer. I'm just I'm feeling around, asking how people feel about these.
Yeah, I look what we just did last October through December, and then in late December, early January. So we're kind of doing that same thing. So we go back to October.
Are you looking at? Okay, wait. Okay, maybe we're looking at different consolidations.
No, you're it. That's it.
Yeah, this one. Yeah, that's exactly what I was looking at.
We're doing that again
because that's what I saw. So
yeah,
it's like expanding
into that. Yes, and that's like late November or late December. That's late December, right?
Yes. Yeah. This is early January, but same.
Yeah. Whatever. Yeah. Whatever. I'm looking at the chart. Yeah. I can't really. Yeah. Yes. It's early January. Yes. That's the same thing I'm seeing right now.
I love it. I just got so excited because I'm seeing the same thing where it had this really clean look where it basically broke this kind of base and gapped. And this one, the same thing, broke this base, and now it's consolidating right over there. Where it's consolidating is basically into the pivot neckline of the previous kind of level that failed. See that?
Yep.
Where it's kind of just above, below. That's where the moving averages were consolidating at. Mm-hmm. And if we do that same thing here, where it's above and below, well, right about there.
History repeats itself so often. That's why they're just saying that. Like, when you're a kid, they don't say history repeats itself. Even in the stock market, lo and behold.
Yeah, well, at the very least, it rhymes. And look at this. This is super cool, too. So we draw our fib from the high to low of the range. And what we see is that it tags the 127 fib, which is like is it going to go for the measured move, the big range expansion? Is it going to go to the 1.6 or the 2? Well, if it is, this is where it has to, find acceptance. If it's not, this is where it can run to and then still reject horribly. So I know this because I thought it was going to go up to $30, $35. Instead, it got smacked really hard at $26.50 here. And so that made sense that it kind of needs to rebase. And now this whole move here is the higher low of the whole structure. And now when I redraw this fib, I'm going to pull it to this low. And look at that. It's almost the exact same. Barely had to move it at all. The distance. And what we see here is now it's testing this equilibrium here. And I do believe we are on target to hit this 31-ish type level, which also would be kind of like this channel here.
Yeah.
So a lot of kind of things, confluential reasons that I think that this one could repeat.
I love letters, and I'm not kidding you. M's and W's, I see them a lot. And when I see W shapes, and I call them, no pun intended, I call them booty cheeks. I call them W or booty cheeks. And when that right W or that right booty cheek is higher than the left one, and you're creating that higher low pattern, you will see that expansion move up to, price target, as in what I say, those higher levels a lot of the time. And so, of course, is everything 100%? No, but boy, that's the shape you want to see, though. is it's creating that beautiful W shape. And really perfect and literally almost exactly what it was doing there. Like I said, from October into December into January, and then that same like wedge shape that we formed there late December to January. That is like it's almost identical. Yeah, so that's a beautiful chart.
So all I can do is watch these moving averages. Last time it gave one tap of this 9 moving average and it started expanding off to the races. It just gave its tap of the 9 moving average, so hopefully it will also start expanding off to the races. Fingers crossed here, but I'm with you. I also think there's some aspect of nominative determinism here, Josh, where its name has a bunch of U's, so the chart has to make a bunch of U's.
Hey you. Yeah, literally, that is literally. We got 2 so far right now. We need 2 more to go.
Exactly,
Hey,
and I'll give you
arm. Holy arm sauce! I mean,
wow, 194. Yeah. I'm in shares. It makes me sick because I called this out at 155. We called this one out, or 157. We were getting in 158, 159.
Hey, pre-market. What did I say on the TTP thing that we have on Discord or on whatever WhatsApp? I said, hey, is ARM? I said whatever AMD all-time high is is ARM next, and man, that just had that setup today of. I didn't see 195s in the books, but I don't see how we don't hit that round number coming up soon here. I have my upper VWAP band still pointing to the north side in a lot of different time frames, which typically mean we're going to stay bullish on the day. So we'll see how far that has legs on it left on ARM. But yeah, wow.
Well, it's the best chart. It's the best chart in the market, dude. I mean, honestly, like look at this amazing monthly chart that looks like a 1-minute chart that I would buy right now. It's breaking out right now. So I'm not saying buy it right now. I would like to see a back test. It probably runs hot to 200, maybe a little higher, then comes back and back tests 187, 185, 190, somewhere around there. I'm just holding my shares, not doing a single darn thing. Maybe I'll trim if it gets really crazy up to like 220 or something. Till then, I'm chilling in my ARM chair. What I would like to see though, yo, VSync, what's up, brother? Good to see you, man. Sorry, I just noticed you commented 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, sorry, I know we're yapping it up. I know, team, but yeah, Taquito, how we doing, Mr. Handsome, and of course VSync. I used to like NSYNC back in the day. I would jam out and sing to some NSYNC. So that's back to my elementary days. That's dance days for me right there. NSYNC. So talking about going to the dances, 6, 7, 8, grade 9. Yeah, it was NSYNC, Backstreet Boys. That was huge on my day. The boy band and girls. Britney Spears, Christina. That was Destiny's Child. That was the thing.
Man, I'm totally with you. I'm just so sad because on the weekly chart, it doesn't look nearly as good. I swear to you guys, if you look at your daily chart, we can't see it all the way back in Trader Evolution, but I swear, ARM spelled out its name to you. It said A, gave you an R, and then it did the big M. And I was waiting. In this middle part, I said, guys, I know you're laughing, but it's got to do the thing now. It's got to come down and make the M. And then you buy it long term because then it's allowed to do the initial move. And it's been basing all this time it wants to go up. So it just needed to spell. It just needed to let you know who it was. It said, I'm here. And now it's here and it's ready to go. And so now ARM is going to be a $300 stock in before you expect it. That's the call.
All right. All right. Well, I was $30 off from 875 on UCAR, or not UCAR. I don't know why I brought UCAR up because I guess car, but car. I was so close. So you got we'll call it 850. So I was close on car. So that was
was it really down to 550? Is that right?
Yeah, I'm looking at it just dump away. I had to bring car back on up. So where do you? Okay, so let's say you said 300 ARM. When do you think ARM gets to the end of year? You think next year?
3 months.
3 months. Ooh, he's talking a summer blast off, baby.
Yes, sir. So we talked ARM, and one other one that I want to put on the radar. Same thing. It is AMD because, guys, this thing is not playing.
Amazon?
It hit 300.
Give me some Amazon love, man. Come on now. That one's getting ready to blast off soon. You got to bring that one up.
Yeah. We'll do that. But I'm talking about AMD just because, guys, I let you know, putting out the bat signal. This was on the 14th. So let's see how these were doing. I said AMD and ARM were the plays in semiconductors. On the 14th, if you listen, how would we have done? Right here. Clean 20% there. Clean 20% on AMD. How about ARM? Because they were just given these looks where I was looking through all the semiconductors trying to find the best of the best that hadn't gone crazy yet.
I'm surprised.
Another 20% there. Yeah. So I don't know. We take those, guys.
They take that.
Gotta come hang out in the Discord. I'm telling you, we're making big plays. Give an invite to anybody who likes it. So yeah, I really still like these names long term. I'm just not really touching them yet. You should definitely trim AMD at 300, ARM at 200. That's prudent. That's responsible. But besides that, I mean, I don't want to, I don't want to mess. I don't want to cut the flowers, to water the weeds. And in the same spirit, I've just been not really looking at what my swing trades are doing here because it seems like they're working. Cipher here, this one just broke new high of day. Loving to see that. FCX is pushing really nicely after playing some games with me in the morning. I think that this hourly is still very nice. And that's how I'm kind of playing these, Josh. As long as the hourly looks okay, I'm still in. To me, it still is kind of consolidating near the top of this range before hopefully breaking out to all-time highs. And so I'm still feeling pretty good about those. And this cipher in particular is seeming really compelling to me. Any names on your small cap scanners in the Bitcoin or the data center space, the Bitcoin mining space? Curious.
No.
Nothing. Because they're all too big to be a small cap now because they've all ran too much.
Yeah, I mean, it's you could still look at some if you wanted to. It's just I'm just not that big of a fan of it. If I'm going to, I would have gotten in on it earlier, for like swing trading, purposes. Like BitU, I guess would have been a good example. That's kind of in that sector area that we could have traded, but I typically am so busy with what sucks is like AMD. Speaking of AMD, that was when I had it, $80. Well, I was in at 93, but I had orders in and through 80 last year when the Terra thing happened. But I was just worried that we were going to go lower, and so I should. And I long story short, dummy canceled. So imagine I would be up right now. Great. I mean, I'd be up even more than my Amazon did in a year's return versus Amazon. I'm still, that's what 23 or ish to late 22 is my last add in. And essentially we'll just call it same cost basis 93. AMD would have been a little lower, but regardless, you get up to 300 in a year on AMD return. Yeah, so those are definitely that's one that hurts my heart a little bit, knowing that I called that play out. Even ARM, I knew that when it got down into those levels all throughout the winter. Going back to just January, I thought it was down at $90 again. Yeah, so you go back to just January, we're hitting 100 again. I'm like, man, this seems like a good dip buy on ARM. Now you're talking, you're already $100 return from January to now. So, that's why I want to get more into that. These are the plays I wanted to swing more. I'm not really. I don't know if I'll ever deviate my trading into the Bitcoin sector of any. I say Bitcoin, but any of that mining stuff. I just don't know that I'll ever get into that sector. Like ETFs back in the day. Not that those are anything anymore, but not ETFs. What am I thinking of? Not ETFs. Oh my gosh, what were the stupid ape paintings?
NFTs.
I
was like, Josh hates boggleheads so much. He's like, if you buy Vanguard funds, I will come for you in the dead of night. We do not do that here. Okay, no, you're okay with ETFs. You just don't like NFTs.
NFT,
that's fair.
That's what I meant. Bored Apes, all that stuff. I was like, what's that Metaverse back in the day when you could buy land in the Metaverse? But here's your 195 plus. Yeah, ARM probably might even see 200 today. Boy, this is on a Steam machine.
Oh my goodness, Josh! I had options. I had a expiring in 2 days. I had a 170 call that I purchased for about $2. I sold it when it was about $5. I felt smart at the time. I believe it's trading for about $20 or more, probably more, probably 30. Probably close to 25, 30. Yeah. Anyways, we don't talk about that. What I did want to just show, because you were talking Amazon, you felt left out. Well, I just wanted to say that I think this one might be ready. So let me actually redraw this. This is what I call a 4 knock. So we're going to illustrate that. There's the first knock here, second knock, third knock, and fourth knock. See this knock of this blue level here? So usually on the fourth, it goes through, and then you can expect a measured move of the range that it's pushing out of. So that's the high there, and the lows here. Let me nudge this down just a little bit there to that high. So this one should be seeing, if it gets follow through and doesn't get stopped at its, that 1.27 fib that we were talking about that can kind of smack your head on, then the first measured move to the 1.62 fib is that 300 handle. And whenever you see that line up so nifty like that, so neat and tidy, you almost always get it. Just like this bottom was literally just, it's simple. Just buy at 200, higher low off 200, easy. In retrospect, it really is easy. I didn't catch it, but like looking back, they do make it pretty simple if you know what to look for. So now we kind of know what to look for. 250 was the pivot. We're pushing through it for the 4th time. The measured move should be on up to 300 there. That's what I'm seeing there. So hold the line, Cipher smashing.
Good job there. Yeah, that's burning right now.
Sometimes you just gotta buy and hold. Just it's easier to be old and just chill. Like use hourly candles. It won't kill you guys. I swear.
Zoom out.
Zoom out. Like honestly, and zooming out, this one's kind of wacky, right? All I really knew is that I wanted to be a buyer somewhere off this 9 moving average, and I bet that it would eventually resolve up. I didn't know exactly how, and it still hasn't yet, but it's starting to look like it wants to. Cooking 1939, which means my 1950 strike weekly gamble is going to be just about in the money, and I should consider rolling up. But I think what we're doing here is that we just swept these over the past couple days. The stops over this middle area here, and we didn't reject. So now I think we're going to sweep these, and then we'll consolidate it more up here. So I want to see a surge up to 2070 to 21, like 20-ish or so, and that's going to be my next little trim just for short-term stuff. Long-term, I think this one's going up to 25 and beyond as a possibility. Will it get there? I don't know, but I'll keep trading it level to level with that grand vision as a potentiality.
All right, well, we got to go out on this today. We've got to. Okay,
yeah.
Where is Carr going to finish the day? Where
Absolutely.
Where is it going to finish? What is the low of day for Carr? Where do you think the low of day is?
All right, before I even click in on it, I got to just guess where it is right now. Last time I think it was like 550 or so. It's probably trading like 525 right now. Let's go and check. Okay, all right, I'm getting ahead of myself. 540, but I do think that we did the thing. We did the thing where we lost the pre-market or yesterday's lows. That's what we were talking about in the morning session with me and Dave. And now I think that the game is on. The floodgates are open, so to speak, and we can start looking for major levels of interest on like an hourly time frame. Oh my goodness. Yeah. So first level of interest, this 550 was so important. That was the all-time high from a long time ago. So we swept above that quite definitively, but then now we just smashed straight through that, and I would expect all of this to represent a bull or a bearish order block, so to speak. So if we come back up above 550, it's going to be fighting uphill, I do believe. What I would like to see is a renegotiation of this breakout from 500. So let's just see what happens at 500, and 500 to the low volume node right under it is 450. So I think this is the kind of area where it might try to catch and do some kind of crazy bounce. I don't know if it can bounce. I don't know what it will do. These things are so wild. All I really know is that, look, it's trying to leave this big high volume node here. So I think it wants to head back down to 350. I think that's going to be the big sell target. But it could bounce and chop between 400 and 550 pretty violently, So just keep that in mind if you caught this. Great job, first off. I would be monetizing into 500 and watching what happens there.
Barn, that's a barn burner to the top side, and my gosh, shows this is a barn burner, like a true barn burner. The barn is burning down. Gee golly, this is nasty. Yeah, I would say I like those same areas you're talking about right there, especially that 450 mark. Well, it could even see 450 today, which would be nutsos. One play has still not cracked my bounce play. ELPW now moving back on up again. That 240 area was money, and here comes that little reset you were talking about, where this is now that time. This could maybe possibly squeeze in. This is that chance where if we start to hold, you see that move to back up that high of day area.
Yeah, that's pretty all right. So we got to do the fib thing. So dipped into the golden pocket like we're talking about. So now what I want to do is I want to flip this around and we look at the golden pocket on the other side and see why the seller just stepped in there and if they might have legs or not. So see, they stepped in, I believe, because over the 62. I'm sure there's other reasons too, but that's just a level of interest for sure. So watching the moving averages now. It's kind of a battle between this seller, these short-term buyers trying to push it on through. If they can, I think the next level to run here is this 289 handle, 290. Definitely looking like they want to start pushing it up and like it's done being offered on sale. That's what I would kind of figure is the case here. Although I would say let's give it a few minutes to watch it, how it negotiates and hopefully digests, hangs out up here near this 269 fib level. If so, then that will imply that it probably is going to kind of hang out until it can cook on up through and complete the next target move there. But yeah, nice to see it finally getting some traction there after just kind of hanging out all day, starting to do that thing.
Arm still rolling. Gee golly.
Don't make me look at it. Don't make me look at it. Oh, that's tough for me to watch. I'd be not done for the year, but pretty darn close. If I just held that call, those just a couple calls that I had, I was like 100% quick. That's good enough. And it was like, I don't know. Sometimes you're just like a little bit scared of a play for some reason. Maybe like it looks too good. It was too clean. I was like, they're going to mess with me. I'm going to be disappointed. I got to just take the win. So don't cut the flowers to water the weeds. Luckily, I didn't buy anything dumb with that money, but it would have felt better if I just held the play that was working.
Here goes Carr. New low of day continues to crack away here. This has that look on it that it wants to continue now, as long as it stays below yesterday's low, and it dumping. Yeah,
dumping. I love it. Yeah. So I feel like we read this pretty well. Said don't short it till it gets to over 550 and fails. So sure, it went way above over 550, but the failure of 550, we're just starting to see it. And I think that this is like the real kind of locking in of it. So we will see if it gives a back test in another entry. Maybe it pops a little bit more to like 585 or even 600. I wouldn't be too crazy surprised to see some buyer step in at some point just because it's been beat down so much here. But the hunt is on, so to speak. The sharks smell blood in the water, and this thing is still up 5x from where it was, a month ago. So still plenty of room to take this down to the 350, 400 level. That's what I'm seeing. Also seeing a little bit of weakness on indices. Not sure if it'll play out or not, or if it'll just flush a little bit, recatch, and push higher. But SPY failed to make a new high of the day. It's just still hanging out, has no real oomph, no motion, and it's trading up into a big level here. So I'm watching that, hoping that we get some resolution to the upside from my swing positions. But if not, hey, still pretty good day. Anything to wrap up here, Josh, before we sign off for an hour? Well, I'll be back in an hour.
Yeah, I know you'll be back in an hour. We have, of course, today we do have Tesla earnings, so I know you'll be all over that in Power Hour, so you can go over that. Come back in about an hour. Steve will tease you guys about, of course, Tesla earnings and whatever else we have this afternoon to go over. We talked about Carr. Looks like it's going to continue to dump on down. ELPW, the sexy bounce machine, over and over and over at 240. So that's 3 now today at 240. It's been nice. Yeah, it's been an ATM machine there at that mark. ARM, definitely has legs today and now. It's kind of not only does it have arms, it's kind of grown some legs, and she is rolling. So those would be the main ones I'm looking at. If I'm looking at AMD too as well, AMD, ARM making that run to all-time highs. Then I'm looking at ALPW and the Dumperuski of what is Carr. AKAN, Akon, and Young Cheesy. AKAN is another one that's on watch. We brought that one up earlier as well for small caps. You can look at some of the weed plays, whatever psychedelics we talked about. They're kind of popping up from the news from Trump. But yeah, that's about it. We got questions there before we're done real quickly to make sure we hit everybody's questions. Yes, and thank you, Tack and Michael, going over Akon. Michael, what stock are you talking about that you're not clear? Which one was it? He's got it up on the board, so we should be talking about the one that was on the board, but Carr.
Yeah, I know I have multiples here. I think we were talking Carr then.
Yeah. Let's see here. Amen. What's up? Hi. Does the daily pause remain fixed retrospective of profit? I know there's a daily pause. It remains fixed.
There's a daily pause. I think it does. I'm not 100%, but that. Yeah.
So the point being, your daily pause is like you can say if you're up 5K, but your daily pause is 2K. You're good. It doesn't mean you can't lose 2K from the 5K. You're not done until you get down to the till you lose 2K. So
yes.
let's say you're up 700. Your daily pause is 200. you're good until you literally are negative 200 for the day, essentially. Well, the coin today tax says select Tesla direction. That's fine. Okay, we got 50-50 until it's. Yeah, all right. Did you do that 100 times? You got 50 apiece tack. That's hilarious. Michael, yeah, Coors and CLSK are good. I like those. Definitely the way they're traded. I like those plays. Say on 5K account, daily pods is $49.50. If I make $100 an account grow to 50, no, yeah, it remains fixed. So yes, it remains fixed, my friend. Still don't know why we are higher today. What are you talking about? 420? Maybe that's why.
Market goes up.
420.
Yeah, everything's high. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
baby. Come on, man. We'll be at least this way till Friday. Maybe we'll get a hangover, a little leftovers. Come join Steve. Are you back right at 3 p.m. Eastern?
Yeah, back for the power hour, and then we'll be right on into the after hours show there, and it'll be me and Jesse. So our new friend Jesse. Well, I'm looking forward to getting to trade live with him. We're going to be trading Tesla live, so we'll be getting on. I'll be talking about it early with the setup. We'll be talking about it once we get on and taking that trade, firing it off. It's going to be a good time. Do not miss out, folks. That will be right at the bell. We'll be doing the Tesla stuff, but gotta see the setup, right? So come on in a little early. We're going to be here for an hour before that.
Love it, love it, love it. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. That's actually the call-in show topic tomorrow. Car, was that the top? Is there a bounce? We'll go over it tomorrow.
We'll see.
We'll talk
Sounds
about
good,
that
Josh.
tomorrow. We'll talk about that tomorrow. See you guys tomorrow.
Sounds good. Take care, guys. Now we're cooking. What's up, y'all? I'm learning. All right, we're unmuted from the get-go here. How's everybody doing? I hope you're doing well. It's been a fun trading day over here with the Trade the Pool fellas. I don't know about y'all, but we caught some nice moves. We've been trading this CIFR. I think this one still has room, although we are seeing a little bit of weakness in the indices. We need to see if it can hold the line here, keep on carving the way up. Otherwise, we might see a little bit of air being taken out of the markets up here at this level. So we're going to keep watching Q and SPY here. We can see testing the 50-minute on QQQ right here on the 5-minute and lost that on the 50. So we are in a little bit of a downtrend on the short-term time frames here, the 1 minute down to the 5, looking a little bit heavy. We're retesting the previous breakout zone, continuation breakout level. That's where we're watching to see if we can catch. Oil in the bottom right corner starting to perk up a little bit. It's not what you want to see if you're a bull, but understandable given all of the back and forth headlines we are seeing. So market has so far been calling shenanigans on the Iranian headlines, flying out all day long. We'll see which ones stick going into the after hours. And remember, we are still halfway through the week here. We can have a lot of game to be played, so to speak. And Trump is saying, I think I recall something about, what was it? So many headlines. Let me pull it up. Got to keep my headlines straight in this kind of tape. I'm just seeing back and forth stuff, like Trump tweeting saying that he asked Iran not to execute 8 women, and they said yes, and then Iran saying no, we didn't say that. A lot of back and forth. Iran saying no women were facing execution, to be clear, not that they are executing women against Trump's will. He's saying, I don't know what this guy's talking about. So who's to say what's really true there? What's up, Snowman? How you doing? Hey, Lance in the house. Good call on you. Yeah, thank you. We can talk about that in just a second. I think the headline that we were pumping on was essentially saying like, hey, we're gonna wait until the weekend or till Sunday to do anything. So when I heard that, I heard, oh, so we can pump it till Friday and then de-risk. That's kind of what I'm thinking. So that's kind of what I'm operating under here. Let's see. Taquito said, yeah, Taquito's on it. Yeah, back and forth. This is fog of war, right? What's up, Crow? Steven, using my full name. Am I in trouble? Steven Daniel? I won't say my last. Well, you know my last name. Steven Daniel Tileman. Why was I worried about doxing myself when I'm a public figure? So it's been a long day, guys. All right. So what are we doing? What are we doing here? We've been trading up all day into headline risk. Is it time to air out the tape a little bit, get us back down to maybe that opening price, maybe go a little bit red on the day? Let's pull up a daily candle on SPY, see where the wind might take us. We're just hanging out up here. We filled the gap yesterday. We gapped up. Could we come down again? We're still pretty elevated. That's all I'm saying. I still like leaders in spaces that are doing well. Not saying don't be long things, but I'm saying like, hey, either have hedges or have a lot of cash, because I don't know what might happen next, to be completely honest. So we have the SPY on the daily on the top right here. I'm going to pull up Cipher on the daily here, because I really do think that this one's setting up for a nice little ripper. I think it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 day base that we're kind of pushing out of, or trying to push out of here today. If it can break above this, it's got this nice kind of rising triangle look, ascending wedge. Just riding the moving averages up, consolidating, getting ready to pop, I hope, up. If it can, it's breaking out or continuing out of this big old pennant structure here on the daily. You can see just the powerful move riding up, riding the moving average up after breaking this downtrend line. This is also in the context of a much higher time frame bullish pattern too. Taking a look here, if it'll load for us. Show me the monthly. Come on. Currently in AGPU, we'll take a look at that in just a second. Snowman calling out T, UAL, and BA. Interesting. Crow's saying Koru's been a banger. I know that's a ticker you like trading. I've seen you trade that before. Looks like we're not getting any luck with the Cipher monthly there. That's okay. We don't need it. Maybe if we go to the weekly. That's better. The weekly, it's a high and tight flag. Broke from, man, a $5 stock, $2 stock in this $2 to $8 range. Tripled that. Now it pulled back about halfway from that point. We can pull the fib up. And this is why I'm licking my chops looking at this move, because if it does stick this landing and keep on curling up, well, we've got a whole lot of room. A full measured move of this entire flag structure, which I don't expect to get, would be like 46. What I think is a much more reasonable target is using the measured move from the pullback to this high, because that's quite a range in and of itself. This is looking more like still $40, 35 to $40. And even if this move fails, it can get all the way up to $30 before rejecting. So there's a lot of juice to be squoze if this one wants to keep going. So Cipher, we were talking about this one on the higher time frame, on the lower time frame. It's just kind of counterbidding SPY a little bit. It's just looking stronger than SPY in my book. Speaking of stronger than SPY, how about you? All the U's. Big breakout here today. I think it's back testing the breakout here. It can chop a little bit more, but look at this surge through this high volume shelf here. It tried to push in the morning, rejected this move. We got in about, added 21. We've been in this one a while, a couple days, 3-4 days, something like that, from under 20. Got a little add here, a little bit red on the add. Probably should have been a little more patient, but hey, sometimes you got a ball when you see the setup. Looking like it isn't quite ready to go for immediate continuation right now, but if we pull up an hourly, we will see why I like this one so much. Look at that beautiful breakout here of this kind of expanding pattern. It's kind of expanding pattern like that, just absolutely surging. Let's see what's moving. Q's trying to hold, trying to eat up that wick. Cipher very strong. So these are what I'm in. I'm in a little bit of a gamble, guys. FCX has earnings tomorrow morning. I am cautiously optimistic that it's a gamble because they're trading at the top of a major range. I'll be the first to admit it. It's like a multi-decade range, but they're so strong up into it here. And they had a nice oops reversal that we got involved in off of this 9-day moving average. This was our spot to take a piece. It was a little bit scary buying down there, this big red candle into it. But hey, big gap up here looking very strong. At this point, trying to test a breakout into blue skies on earnings. Definitely possible, guys. So I'm gambling. I have a June call. It's a gamble. I hold shares from like 40 something, so not too worried about those shares, but definitely playing a little risky. Buying any calls into earnings, always risky. Safer to swing some shares in your trade the pool account. I think those have a better chance of doing well. I'll probably get IV crushed, but hey, you know what? Sometimes you got to send it. Still really liking this move on UUUU. As long as it back tests and holds $22, and really it can come all the way to $21.50 as long as it really holds strong there and tries to keep on making new highs in the structure. Feeling good about that. You called $22.95 on UUUU. Let's see if it'll make it. Let me check my cam pivot system and see what my target is. Intraday, we're well past our ATR targets. Kind of expected there. Let's see. Nice strong push on Qs. Yeah, the monthly high is 23.50. I'd like to see that tag personally. Top of the megaphone pattern that I'm seeing is 23. So yeah. What's up, Steve? How you doing, man? How you doing? Let's see. AGPU saying Crow is long and it's not an A+ setup. Let's take a look at AGPU. Yep, I don't see much edge here. We drew these lines in the morning. Hasn't really done much of anything. I would say it has potentially flipped into a bullish base just because it kind of could have flushed there. It didn't. Instead, it kind of broke this downtrend line, Tried to flush there again, didn't. Kind of holding moving averages, consolidating. It's I don't know. A vaguely bullish long here, just because it's a decent look. Ooh, nice volume on CIFR. This one's looking like it's going to cook up and push higher for the day. We love that. I'm in a 1950 weekly call, so I'd be liking to monetize that into the 20. Nice and green. But once we get in the money, I have a little more wiggle room, just because it won't melt on me instantly intraday here. like they're so prone to do. Another one that I'm not sure how to read it today, ONDS. If anybody has advice on this one, how I should manage this trade. I'm in from under 10. Thought we were getting the move. This morning's trade got kind of smacked. Still holding over yesterday's close. That was the low of the day. It's fighting, but it's not looking strong. I think it needs to cool off a little more. Maybe come back to 1040 to 1020, maybe even 10. I think I should stick with it, but it doesn't look great, does it? So what do you guys think on this one? Go to an hourly here, show you what it did in the morning. Like, oh man, it's a demand zone. Like, it's holding the shelf, right? It could dip down here and I'd kind of want to buy more, not be scared off of my position. It could come down to 10 and I think I'd want to buy more instead of be scared off my position. Am I crazy, guys? Am I just like, do I have Stockholm syndrome? It's possible. I do love this company. It's like the lowest quality company that I love. So you like Oklo? Hey, Hercules Jack. It's like I say ONDS 3 times and you just appear. I love it. How you doing, man? It's good to see you. So ONDS, I should have monetized this morning. I was on stream. I didn't notice the pop pre-market. Whenever it pops pre-market like that, it's almost always a good idea to take some off out of the gate, because it's going to air you out. The fact is, it aired us out down to the close. Or down to yesterday's close. That's not the end of the world. It's trying to base now. So I want to look into the 1 minute and see what is shaking there. Sorry about those notifications there. ONDS is trying to hold the line. A little curl up action. Be careful. Like, this could very easily reject before breaking the structure and dump further, but it is trying to hold this line. I see this downtrend line. So this is kind of, you see the tail of the tape at this purple line right here. Purple level, squeeze through it, test it, fail. Back test it, fail. Downtrend. Find a little bit of a buyer off yesterday's close. Test it, still selling. Equal lows, come up, lower high, still selling off the 20 or 200. Now we're going to come up and test it again, very likely, and that's going to be where we need to break. You can see this high volume green bar right here. Big old node. That's our level. If we break that, we break structure. We break this downtrend line. We very likely put in a bottom. If we don't, well, then this is a descending triangle, 3 knocks down, and it's going to flush on out to that level that we talked about, very likely that 1050 to 1040 to 1030, somewhere in there. But I'd like to see it pop up and do that. We'll see. We'll keep an eye. Meanwhile, Cypher, new high day. Bada bing, bada boom. We like that. I should be thinking about where I want to monetize this guy. And if potentially this is the high of the day. It's possible. I don't love the rising chop, but it's enough that I think we could be starting to squeeze on a higher time frame, which makes me want to stay in it. My stop's definitely under this last swing low now, and realistically it's under this candle low. I don't really want it if we lose this 1930, because that means that this squeeze attempt, this high volume buy, is going to be flipped into sell pressure. And I don't like that. I don't like sell pressure. Oh, is ONDS a war stock? Yes it is, but also it likes to sell when everything else sells because of the war, so it's kind of a difficult one. Hey Tyler, what's going on, brother? How you doing? Yeah, good one here. Having a good day trading, good day chilling, hanging out. Oh, your boy is taking it easy right now because he is a little overstimulated. He's been up since 6 in the morning. He was up late last night, and I need to chill. I need to chill a little bit. I'm also doing the earnings stream after this. It's going to be a blast. We're going to have Jesse on, our new friend Jesse on the team, and it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be doing some live trading. We're going to be talking through a great presentation that our boy Money Mitch has got together for us. Really high quality stuff. We can actually maybe do a quick run through there. So I want to refresh my memory a little more back to it there. Tokido saying ELPW is back to life. You're in ELPW? Let's take a look at it. If you guys are in, I want to watch. Yeah, that one's cooking nicely. All right, we got good structure here. Nice little flag break. Looks like it's going to sweep the stop, then go up for our 78 level. We've been watching these for a while. So this is decent. This is decent. Targets, looking for the high of the day sweep. You can take some off at 3 if you don't believe it can get that much juice. Looks to me like this is rebased and is starting the next leg up. I would be looking for somewhere around $4 ultimately if this thing really gets going. So let's keep an eye on this. Does not look like a bad setup. CIFR, give me the juice, baby. And let me find my cam levels to sell this into. Give me the juice. All right, 1966 and 1993 are my two cam pivot levels. 96 and 93. $66 and $93. I'd really like the 93, that surge up to 20. That's what we play the game for, baby. Big move. ONDS, speaking of, here we go, peekabooing. Moment of truth into this level, into this $11 handle. Big level, big level. We're going to watch that while I have a spoonful of yogurt. Big dogs need fuel. Know what I'm saying? Big dogs need fuel. SPY pushing up out of this base. I like what I'm seeing. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Pushing up on all of these bad boys that we're watching here. As we knew, all according to plan. We love it. Sometimes days just work and you just say, thank you, Mr. Market, for making it an easy day. Making me not have to fight you too much. Oh, Tyler, you've been sitting down and watching past 3 weeks. It's not a bad idea. I mean, it's been so hard with these crazy whiplash moves. If you don't trust anything, it's a good time to chill. We're at the top of the range. I can't be bearish, but I can't be bullish like super immediately short term. So I just got to keep taking positions as they come to me. Like CIFR, it looked good. And if it is good, then the position can counter bid while SPY does whatever it wants to do. Like this is acting right. Big bid on big volume. We hold this. We hold this until it tells us to stop. Until it says, hey, stop holding me. Stop holding me so tight. So till it starts to shake us off, Then you go, all right, there's a seller here. All right, we'll take some profit. We'll respect what the tape is telling us. But until then, this is just ripping. Just ripping. And targets, I think it's this 1993. Am I going to swing? Yes, I am. Absolutely. Just broke a 4-day range. I love it. It's what I bought it for. It's what we play the game for, baby. If it gives an entry, if it comes back to like 2150, probably not that deep. Definitely if it came back there and found the buyer, which I would expect it to, I'd be adding there. I think it could come back as shallow as like 2190 and hold there. Something like that. So it might give us an ad spot, is what I'm saying. Oof, nice stretch. All right. Gotta keep it loose, guys. There we go. What else do we got cooking? Out of ELPW, the little top wick there. I don't know what it's doing. All I know is that whenever I'm in one of these and I hit, a decent sized move, say I'm in from 255 and I get the sweep up to a previous high here at 275, I'm taking off half the position. At least a quarter. At least a quarter. All right, CIFR. Ready to cash this in? It is a weekly. I don't want to overstay my welcome. I am in the money on the weekly, so I captured all that gamma pop. I'm up 60%. Nice. Don't want to get too greedy. Also, if I'm selling into strength here, then I do have the luxury of shooting for closer to the ask. So I don't want to lock myself out of too much money when SPY and Qs are just breaking a new high a day. So I'm going to keep on watching here, and actually we're going to pull up Bitcoin as well. So we want to see when the Bitcoin push stops as well. If Bitcoin is just starting to catch on fire here, then that bodes well for us. Okay, sorry about that. Just watching and waiting very closely here. Watching Cypher pushing up. As long as it has this forward momentum, I'm still in the trade, but it's getting to the point where I'm looking to roll up and out, hold the shares, sell the call, that kind of thing. Okay, IBIT still pushing though. Want to give it a chance to keep on cooking higher. If it can eat this last wick, then we're good to go. But otherwise, I don't like the 2 top wicks. That would be bad. So I want to see where this candle resolves. We have 20 seconds. I'm going to take this level off too. Looks like it wants to eat that wick. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. A little bit of a top wick, but it still is a strong candle close. Bears tried to step back in at the end of it. I'm going to hold this. I think it's trading sideways in this little bar. This little 1 candle range. If it loses these candles, then hopefully by that time, this 9 moving average will cross up and it finds the buyer there. And that will give us the strength to pop on through. See this candle still pushing very strongly. And that's what I'm watching. Taquito saying, eyes on the ball. Yeah, I'm locked in. I'm locked in because I got to be. Because you got to be. Bitcoin's still pushing. Q's still looking decent. I'm going to go to a 1 minute there because, like I said, we just got to be watching closely. All right, here's the little bar. We want to see this hold. We want to see that there's a good wick. We're just biding time for this 9, this blue level to catch up. Meanwhile, we want to see Qs continue to push a new high. There we go. That's an incentive to keep the bid going. ELPW, by the way, is looking better. It ate that wick. So next level of interest there is 288. 288. Qs starting to get a little shake and bake there. We want to see a strong candle close. That was a decent close. All right, into the next candle. We're trying to look for expansion immediately off the bat here. Like to see that. ONDS is rejecting our trend line there, so we'll keep an eye on it. I think it's still healthy though. Trading sideways on Cypher. There's the first tiny seller on Qs. 1 foot out the door here on Cypher, but I want to see Bitcoin still strong. And we have this moving average support coming up. There is a seller coming in trying to bop us after sweeping the highs on Qs. We should find support here, I hope, pretty soon. But you always got to be ready for a little bit of a jolt. So testing my exit there on Cypher. I want to see where this candle closes. We have 8 seconds. Not the best close, so it's probably going to close at the low and sweep underneath. And then I want to see the next candle hold the 9 minute. That's my level. I'd also like to see the 9 hold on the Qs here. It can come down to the 21 and still be okay though. ELPW, nice push there. I feel like I'm yeah, ONDS, the sector is weak. You're right, Steve. It's just, I don't know why I like the stock. I want to trade it. It's not great. I should just stop. I should just stop making it harder than it needs to be trading these names that are difficult. But if this one can lift, it's got really nice short interest. The same thing that's holding it down is the same thing that can power it up. There is that test of the 9 that we're talking about on Cypher, watching and waiting for this close. 30 seconds there. IBIT's still looking pretty strong though, so I want to give it a chance. UUU, by the way, acting great. Just waiting for its 9 to catch up. You can see how that caught up, it dipped into it, and is pushing right off of that. Cypher a little weaker, a little weaker. So we will watch, we'll see if it can hold the line. I think it wants to, but I don't want to overstay my welcome, like I mentioned. This candle close, not what we want. Unless we have immediate follow through, I'm gonna hop out. Come on. See, it's trying to reclaim. We'll watch this. Just with SPY or Q's trying to reclaim there as well. And Bitcoin trying to push out the top. So I do want to give this a minute or two. Just ran a little bit too hot. Don't want to punish it for doing too good. The only reason I'm not giving it a little more leash is because I'm limited by the choice of trading vehicle I use, an option, a short-term option. So if I was in my trade the pool account, I wish I took it in that, because then I'd feel a lot safer just holding this and letting it cook, taking some off, securing a swing, and then taking it from there. 14 seconds, not looking like it's reclaiming this 9 yet, but we're not seeing any major weakness, and IBIT's actually trying to push up. So I do want to wait for this to show weakness as well, or for this to actually show a strong sell. Hey, Adrian, what's going on? No, it's working great. Told me about Galaxy 2 past weeks for the double dip on Neo Clouds and Bitcoin. Yeah, Galaxy's been a powerhouse. We can pull up that daily chart. It's been a great one. And that one, I crushed that trade from 20 to 30, I think, 30 plus last time around, and I took it off my radar, and I wish I didn't. Nice reclaim of the 9 on Qs, that a nice push on IBIT. That makes me want to hold and wait for Cypher to kind of just catch up. I don't think it's a big seller. I think we just pushed through the bigger seller this morning. So I want to give it the shot to hold and reclaim like it's doing. Galaxy, oh man, it doesn't even look like a chase here, by the way. This looks really nice here, guys. Galaxy, the nice 4-day flag. I really like this. I really like this. I think it shoots up for this imbalance to 28 and then this imbalance to 30. And you can trade it to that 30 handle again. Beautiful setup there. Really good stuff. And there's the pop on Cypher. We're still in, baby. We're still in. That's why you hold the line. And you monitor your, what's it called? Peripheral, I don't know. My brain ain't working. Brain ain't braining. But Q's got the new high. Still in bid up mode. We are in positive gamma. And they want to rip it. They want to rip it here. I love it. Punish the bears. There's some in my Discord. I love you guys, but you're a little too bearish, I think, some of you. Okay, now I'm watching with the size of that wick. A little bit spooky. Just the velocity. I'm going to check on bookmap on my other screen. Yeah, it's a decent level. So we have a liquidity sandwich. I would expect maybe some sideways trading here for 5-10 minutes until we decide one way or the other. Still want to see... I'd like this candle close to be up a little bit higher. If it can wake up, that'd be nice. Oh, thank you. Oh, what a nice guy. Just acting right. Just acting right. So, you got to respect it when it's respecting you. So we're still in Cypher. Your eyes are killing you. Oh, no. Too much stuff on my screen or just a long day? TSM is exploding as well. Chips in general, I bet. Let's look at TSM. How about, I put out the bat signal, guys. ARM and AMD 2 weeks ago. I said, those are your plays. Those are doing pretty darn well. TSM, beautiful. Respect of, you know what I'm going to say, guys. The 9-day moving average. Put them on your charts, I'm telling you. So there is a seller here, but I think he's getting cooked. There's no, he can't, it doesn't seem like he's winning anything. And how's FCX doing into the bell here? A little bit of a top wick. Am I crazy holding this into earnings? It might be like just a really bad idea. If it's a really bad idea, tell me. I'll listen maybe. Just acting kind of wimpy here, but it's into earnings, so like what do you expect, right? It's probably going to flush out into the close, and then if I'm right, it goes up a lot, and if I'm wrong, I'm very sad. So, gambling. Looks like IBIT wants to run after hours, maybe. This kind of setup, this pennant. So Bitcoin, I think, could push after hours. Kind of like to hold the Cypher as a swing, but that's too risky. I'll hold the shares, for sure. Hey, Usman, thoughts on ServiceNow? Let's take a look. ONDS holding the moving averages, by the way. Still in this one. All right. So it's a failed breakdown. I gotta respect whenever it's like a really, really ugly setup and it does the setup and then it reclaims. So, I mean, here's what I would say. The neckline for me is going to be the high that it sold off from. Right about there. So we're testing it, but through 107.75 or so, I think this thing can start making some solid action. Probably it's not a super easy long. I don't think it's going to go crazy and be like, I don't know. I think it's going to be difficult. It's just like Microsoft near the bottom was difficult. So I don't hate it. Watch that 107, 105-ish kind of band. It's not my favorite, but I totally understand why it's probably a good buy here. What you got here? Donald just denied the deadlines that were mentioned on the Israel news. That's probably bullish. Okay, market isn't sure what to think there. Is that just right now? When was this? Just a minute ago, Press Secretary Levitt reiterates Iran's public and private messaging is different. Okay, so Levitt's pointing the finger saying they're lying. Levitt asked how long the Iran war may last. Trump will dictate. Okay. Levitt saying Trump will dictate the timetable on the ceasefire deadline. On the U.S. blockade, Trump is satisfied with the blockade. Okay. Seems bullish. 3 to 5 day ceasefire timeline is not true. The U.S. knows who it's negotiating with in Iran. Okay, thanks for letting us know. Are you telling us or yourself? Trump has not set firm deadline for an Iran proposal. This is all in the last 5 minutes is when I saw these. That might be my news thing, getting them a little bit late there. But this is kind of what's been boiling for the last hour here. What else we got? Levitt on Iran ceasefire extension. Trump wants a unified response. Hegseth to testify before Armed Services Committee on the 29th. Good. All right. What else do we got? Trump, Mexico is lost. Who the hell knows what that means? All right, I'm done. I'm done looking at headlines. This is what you get for being a news trader. Who cares? Market goes up. That's what matters. Just play the technicals because who the heck knows? So it held our line here on Cypher. A little bit of a tricky hold there, but now pushing new highs. Still holding this one here. Now up. How much? 65%. Not too bad. Not too bad. I still think we got a little bit of juice left in the can here. I think ONDS is coiling nicely under the 11. I'd like to see it reclaim, and then I'd be feeling better about holding that swing arena. The one thing I'm second guessing is my FCX hold. I also that might be my cue on Cypher here if that top wick prints. Please bear with me. 27 seconds left for this top wick. I don't like the top wick here. I'm selling. Okay, it's going to do the bid dance on me. Come on. All right, I'll put it in the new middle. There it goes. All right. Okay, so took 70%, 65% or so on the Cypher 1D or 2DTE out of that. Next decision to be made for me personally as we go into the flip here, the 30-minute flip, is what to do with my FCX. I have a June call. I'm bullish for earnings. I think the major breakout could happen. I really want to be involved if it does happen. I'm willing to risk a couple $100 if it does, so I think I just hold it. Steve, I should have checked on OKLO. You're right. I knew I was forgetting something. Up $1.50 since you mentioned. Steve's just built different. Why didn't I listen? I betrayed you. I'm sorry. Wow. Nice move. It's 71. Man, guys, we were in this. I called this at 52 a couple weeks ago, and I took it off at 60. Like a jabroni, like a complete clown, like a fool. Like a fool. This guy right here. Hong Kong clown shoes. But you know what? It was like 20% overnight with OKLL. So, I don't know. I'm coping. But that's okay. Is this Tesla earnings live? Yes, Barney, it will be. It has not happened yet, but we sure will be talking about it. In fact, we're going to be starting to talk about Tesla in just a few minutes here. And remember, 10 minutes before the bell, I will be hopping off just for 10 minutes just to prep the stream, and then we'll be hopping right back in. But guys, we have some really cool stuff. I'm just going to show you a little sneak peek of some really cool infographics that our boy Mitch whipped up for us. And it's got a lot of great data to help us frame this trade, contextualize this trade. We're going to be talking about a whole bunch of stuff. We have a whole presentation, in fact, to go over. So that's what we'll be doing in the second half after we get the results in and trade the earnings live. We'll be trying to talk about it a little bit before too. So I'll be getting into that. You, all of you. Hope you're in because it's going higher. I'm looking for like $30 on this guy in like a month or so. I'm manufacturing some high energy, guys, because it's been a long day, but it has been a good day. Has been a good day. 2250. Not too shabby. Taquito wants 23. I want 2350 for the trim. Q is a little bit of pressure release. I think that we're going to keep on resolving upwards, but I don't know. Maybe we flush out just a tiny bit. It wouldn't be the end of the world. FCX, by the way, this is interesting how it's starting to shape up. I don't know what it's doing, but it looks bullish to me. I'm making the call. I'm holding it. We'll see how much I regret it tomorrow. But for now, feeling pretty good about it. All right, got to fuel up. AKAN, that's moving. Let's check it out. So far, we were correct in identifying that top wick. Good time to sell a momentum long. So that call is down about 15% now from where I sold. Feels always good to sell into that strength. Of course, it is going to punish me now and catch with massive velocity and rip a giant $2 candle because, hey, why not? Because I sold, that's why. Now we're back to the same level as where I sold. Oh well. AKA and big push up here at 1176. Not a bad look there. Q's starting to look a little bit weak. We might see a little bit of a pullback here. You know what ain't pulling back? You. Love that. Checking in on some of my other positions here. Making sure there's nothing else I need to manage. No, looking good. Yeah, we just run it here. All right. So AKN, looks like a halt here. Beautiful setup there, or beautiful push there, I should say. I'm going to pull up to a daily chart. Pull up. Whoa. All right, I don't know. I can't help you guys. This is in the stratosphere. Let's see if there's anything on the monthly that we can look to the left and find. That's a chart. All right, yeah. So big target is going to be a squeeze to $17, $16.89, and there's the new high for Cipher. I should have. What should I have done? I should have waited for the 21 because it was so strong. Should have waited for the 21 because it was so strong. That was a little silly. I thought it was a good move. I thought I was being prudent. Not so much anymore. Not so much. Oh well. Oh, now it's gonna do the big move, isn't it? Rip. This is something that I need to get better about. When I catch a move that's going to break out, but I catch it like on a small pullback, when it gets to the place where it's either going to break out or reject, I'm so inclined to just take the money and run because I feel like it was a good move already. Well, sometimes this happens, but you know what? I will cry. I will cry tonight with my 64% win. Would now be about an 80-ish% win. Looks like it'll probably go to about 100% if it goes to my target where I would have definitely sold. That's okay. That's all right. Trust the Qs. Google, Nvidia, TSM looks extremely strong. Qs ain't going down without those three. I agree. Car, just brutal. Let's take a look at car. Let's take Cipher off my screen. Ugh. I beefed it, guys. I beefed it. But you know what? I got a good fill. I got an 84 fill, and I was just looking at him. The call only went up to like 85 or 89 so far. Probably goes higher, but honestly, good fill beats the perfect exit. Q's looking strong, still holding the levels. Well, let's look at car. USAR up almost 12% today. Oh, kill it, please. Kill it, please. I want to get in. I thought it would get a back test at 20. Literally never looked back, and I got deja vu because this exact same thing happened, except for last time, Adrian. I was in from like 13. It squeezed to 20. I said, wow, what a great trade. I'm going to sell. And then it just went boom, 20 to 40 in like 3 days. And I'm sitting there going, bruh. Oh, look at car, $100 lower than when we said short it. Beautiful. Absolutely just destroyed. This thing has room down to 380 to 350 in my book too. That's what we were calling out. We'll check back in tomorrow. I think it probably gets there by then. What a move. Crazy stuff, guys. Crazy stuff. What else we got? We got ONDS still knocking on that 11. I think it's trying to get through right now. Pardon me. I think it's getting through right now. And oh my goodness gracious, you, new high of the day. Just keeps on cooking. Exactly what you want to see for breakout continuation. What else we got? So AKAN, now by far the biggest mover of the day. That one's up 230%. AGPU still number 2 at 88%. We can check in on that. Looking pretty decent. AGPU is kind of a launch pad in it. I'd say if it gets volume through this 914, it's going to target $10. Good look there. All right, going to torture myself a little bit. See if Cypher hit my target. There it goes. What did I say? Oh, no, I said 94. All right. Either way, that's okay. I'm going to pull up an hourly on SPY just to give us some perspective here. Then we're going to start talking Tesla. Yeah, hourly is looking really darn constructive for a squeeze continuation breakout in my book. Could it fail? Yes. Do I think it will? Not really. I think we're going higher, guys. I think Tesla's going to miss earnings, and it's going to go up. Maybe. We'll talk about it more in a sec. But yeah, let's start. Let's pull it up. Tesla. Okay, we will have a weekly on the left. But first, let's start with this monthly, actually. Come on, load in. There we go. So the monthly, putting a really, really nice candle here on the monthly here. It did sweep out under the previous low, but to me, I'm seeing big washout, reclaim of moving average, testing another major moving average, testing the 400 pretty soon here. I think it's going to break up pretty soon. Go into a weekly. Going to a weekly, what do we see? Nice pinch here between the yellow 21, still holding it back, and the curling 9 moving average, which is now support. That's exactly where we caught at the bottom of this week. In the bottom of this week, we also just kind of set this big breakout candle. If this is the bottom here, we have a lot of room looking up. I'm going to move this to a 5-minute just so we can watch it intraday here. And we can work off the middle chart here, the daily, for a bit. So the big thing to note on the daily, I'm seeing a little bit of selling on SPY. Let me look at that real quick. Then we'll go back to Tesla. Very minor, very minor. It was just selling on Bookmap. I heard the little bubbles popping, like there was some sell pressure, but I'm seeing that bulls just immediately ate it up. So I think that's very bullish. Interesting to see a little bit of Tesla weakness here into the print. Strong out of the gate. Then you saw the selling pressure all day, although it is very controlled, demolition-y looking like to me. So now a little bit of top wicks on Qs. That first little bubble of selling starting to kind of dig their heels in. We'll see if they can flip that or if it's just going to be rejected once again and just more fuel for the squeeze up. That's what we're looking for. Seeing a shake and bake candle starting to form on ONDS too. I think this one could potentially catch and continue. Okay, let's pop back to Tesla. Big thing is the downtrend line. Which, if I can draw it, there we go, is really the tail of the tape. It can, on earnings, come back into the moving averages, into this downtrend line, and hold, and then still break higher. And this would be kind of like speed running a W pattern. So we have this move here. I would like to see it return to this kind of pivot level here at 365. If it does that on earnings, it kind of speed runs this leg down and it can wick down really quick. And then from there can potentially push up much higher. So the move down into the 21 moving average is 2.75%. The move down to the gap is going to be like 6%. And so I will be back shortly once I run the numbers with the expected move for Tesla. I do have to run my little bot there in between the streams, but I'm thinking that it's probably roughly around there. I see this high volume node down here and a 6%, 7% move up would be sweeping this next kind of target up here to the 420, which is where I would like to see it end up. So that's where I'm looking. What I'm also going to be pulling up for you in between the gap there is some Tesla gamma exposure as well to see where the chain is telling us that it's going to lie. That being said, I'm going to head out just a few minutes early here and prep that stream for y'all. And then me and Jesse are going to be back on the turn of the hour to start that process. It's going to be a good time. We're going to get some live trades in, hopefully getting a really good look there. We're going to have some fun, and I don't know. What else is there to say, right? So I'm going to hop out for a few minutes here. We will be back at the turn of the hour, right when market closes. Till then, trade safe, guys. Make sure you settle up before the mock candles in 4 minutes, and we will be back soon. I'm going to put you on the scanner for now.